Standby untuk National Anthem. Yes.
There had never been anything like this. Never before had we met such a crippling situation. For the first time, the world is facing an unprecedented threat. No country could escape. Everyone in every nation was battling to deal with this global catastrophe. Amid this pandemic and heightened uncertainty, the government should act quickly. The government of Indonesia has carried out a multi-dimensional policy package for national economic recovery, or PAN, addressing three critical issues: saving people's lives, protecting poor households and preventing businesses from bankruptcy, and stimulating economic recovery. But looking back, we should realize that the government was not the only one that fought with the pandemic. There are also unsung heroes sacrificing their lives with all its limitation.
Kami melakukan serangkaian tugas mulai dari pembukaan rekening, kami juga mendistribusikan kartu, berkoordinasi dengan aparat setempat untuk mencari tahu, mencari siapa yang harus mendapat bantuan, sampai pendistribusian dan rekonsiliasi bantuan tersebut. Motivasi saya ya, ketika saya bisa membantu manusia lainnya, apalagi manusia-manusia yang kita bantu, orang yang sangat membutuhkan bantuan. Itu bisa terjadi kalau dalam jiwa setiap pendamping itu ada jiwa kepahlawanan.
Tugas Satgas Penanganan COVID-19 adalah mengkolaborasikan, mengkoordinasikan seluruh upaya dari seluruh lintas sektoral dalam rangka penanganan pandemi COVID-19. Sebegitu kecepatan yang dibutuhkan, masukan dari para pakar diolah menjadi kebijakan dalam waktu yang sangat singkat, karena kita nggak bisa menunggu sampai keadaan berubah baik baru mengambil sebuah keputusan. Ada masanya satu waktu gitu ya, kita ditelepon oleh Istana Kepresidenan. Mbak, Bapak mau briefing seluruh gubernur jam 11, dia nelfon jam 10, cuma punya waktu 1 jam menyiapkan bahan. Sesuai dengan visi dari Satgas, menjaga yang sehat tetap sehat, yang sakit segera sehat dan pulih kembali. Sedangkan kalau ditanya siapa dong seharusnya yang menjadi pahlawan dari pandemi COVID-19, ada banyak orang yang mungkin nggak ketahuan gitu ya. Sesederhana petugas gali kubur misalnya.
Kita di situ waktu itu kerja ekstra ya, ada tambahan jam kerja, dari mulai kerja itu jam 7 pagi, kadang sampai jam 10, terus juga sampai jam 12 malam. Ya kadang kita pulang juga agak ada rasa khawatir gitu sama keluarga yang ada di rumah, takutnya ya terpapar gitu, namanya virus kan, virus corona waktu itu ya. Resikonya kan tinggi juga ya, karena kita langsung sebagai garda terakhir pemakaman korban COVID.
Sonjo itu singkatan dari Sambatan Jogja. Itu pola gotong royong yang kami kembangkan, tetapi kami karena dalam kondisi COVID kita nggak boleh banyak berinteraksi secara fisik, kami gunakan WA Group dengan anggotanya 2.300 orang. Awalnya sesimpel itu, kita punya masalah ini, masalah ini, masalah ini. Tapi di saat yang bersamaan orang bisa mengatakan, oke, apa yang bisa saya bantu? Oh, saya kira-kira bisa membantu yang X, saya bisa membantu yang Y. Masalah selesai. COVID itu masalah kita bersama. Lalu kemudian mari kita bekerja sama, lalu kita saling bersinergi gitu ya.
Bulan Maret di 2020 itu berat sekali memang. Lockdown kita merumahkan kurang lebih 2.000 karyawan. Yang total karyawan 2.500 karyawan. Awalnya nggak ada keinginan ngapain, pokoknya stres lah. Kita sampai menjual 16 mobil mewah untuk membantu karyawan untuk sembako dan untuk membantu 8 kabupaten yang ada di Bali. Terpaksa saya pulang kampung kurang lebih dibantu 12 tim mencoba menanam kacang. Kita buatlah packaging namanya kacang ajik. Oh, yang tadinya kita Krisna itu kan tak pernah jualan online. Nah, di situ saya mencoba online jualan kacang. Ternyata laku. Setelah itu kita inovasi lagi buat namanya pai susu aji. Ini satu hari sekarang ini udah bisa sampai 15.000 sampai 20.000 box per hari. Kalau tanpa saya inovasi di masa pandemi, mungkin saya nggak punya produk ya, karena masih banyak ada UMKM supplier kita yang masih tutup dan ada yang sudah bangkrut. Peran pemerintah sangat penting di saat pandemi ya. Terbukti untuk dipajak 1 tahun free, dan kedua juga BPJS sangat membantu buat saya dan terutama karyawan saya.
Thank you, pandemic heroes. Let's unite our spirits, bravely face challenges ahead, prepare ourselves to live post-pandemic life.
Oke, siap-siap yuk. Siap-siap. Indonesia Raya. Iya, Indonesia Raya.
Ladies,
Dibuka dong, dibuka dong.
ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. You may be seated. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. Shalom. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, all distinguished ladies and gentlemen, participants and guests. Welcome to the 11th AIFED Annual International Forum on Economic Development and Public Policy held by the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. Good morning once again. I'm Timothy Marbun and I will be your host for this morning. I would firstly like to welcome our honorable guest, His Excellency Professor Suhasil Nazara, the Vice Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Mr. Stephen Jones MP, Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services of Australia, Mr. Ramesh Subramaniam, Director General Southeast Asia Department of Asian Development Bank, high-level officials from the Ministry of Finance and all government institutions, distinguished speakers and moderators, and to all our respected participants, invitees, stakeholders, strategic partners, ladies and gentlemen. Praise to the presence of God Almighty because of His blessings in this very precious moment. We are fortunate to be able to gather to discuss important issues and policy recommendations in dealing with recent emerging risks and potentials. Now, AIFED itself, ladies and gentlemen, is organized by the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia, and this year we are fortunate to have a massive support from the Australian government, Asian Development Bank, ADB, and also from GIZ. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend our gratitude for their continued support to AIFED from time to time. Now, this forum, ladies and gentlemen, is a melting pot of policy discussion designed to bring academics, economists, professionals, and policymakers in one platform for the purpose of discussing and proffering workable solutions to the most fundamental problems arising in the nation. AIFED itself has brought the most sought-after topics in the last decade, and in the last couple of years, the challenges are prominent and immense. Now, looking back, many extraordinary steps and policies have been taken by the governments around the world, mostly to recover from the economic impact of the COVID-19 crisis, as we know. However, now the risk is shifting from public health issues to a global economic turbulence, escalating geopolitical tension and followed by high global inflationary pressures and accelerated monetary policy tightening. These have been pushing the global economic recovery at stake. Domestically, we also have to look closely on what it would bring to the country's economy or to Indonesia's economy. Now, speaking of Indonesia's economy, Indonesia has successfully maintained its recovery path. Our GDP growth has continued to thrive this year, growing from 5.0, 5.4%, and 5.7% consecutively in the last 3 quarters. The stronger economic recovery has been supported primarily by buoyant domestic demand and also solid export growth. Now, effective pandemic handling and various policy supports have also been instrumental in cushioning the impacts, as well as also jump-starting the economic activities here in Indonesia. Now, although the economy is starting to recover and the pandemic situation is gradually getting better, the government still needs to make some efforts in order to reduce further inflation. Now, strong fundamental basis in 2022 will be a solid footing to progress further in 2023 and beyond. Safeguarding the economy from near-term risks will be a key in maintaining this trajectory. And on the other hand, Indonesia still also has abundant, promising opportunities to capitalize. Therefore, the 11th AIFED will be delving deeper into these topics, learning from the G20 presidency discussion. Governments around the world are facing similar challenges in determining policy choices. The topic of coping with uncertainties and seizing new growth opportunities is timely and striking to the recent urgencies that we see around the world. Now, each of the discussions, ladies and gentlemen, that we see here today will be filled with high-profile experts and practitioners, national and international, that will enlighten us through their thinkings. I am thrilled and enthusiastic to follow the talks in these 2 days discussions, today and tomorrow, and I'm sure you are all too. Without further ado, we courteously invite Mr. Luki Alfirman, the Director General of Fiscal Balance of the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, to give his welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Luki Alfirman.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency, His Excellency Bapak Suhasil Nazara, Vice Minister of Finance, Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Mr. Stephen Jones, Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services of Australia, Mr. Ramesh Subramaniam, Director General of Southeast Asia Department of Asian Development Bank, Bapak David Neller, Director of Prospera, Professor Alan Orbach, distinguished speakers, moderators, and participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. On behalf of the Fiscal Policy Agency, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the 11th Natural International Forum on Economic Development and Public Policy, or AIFED. I'm very delighted that we are finally able to meet in person for this event since the onset of COVID-19 in early 2020. The AIFED is an annual forum that brings together prominent policymakers, international institutions, think tanks, market analysts, and academics to share experiences and insight and to discuss and exchange ideas on most contemporary and pressing issues. Taking the theme of post-pandemic economic policy, coping with the uncertainties and seizing the new growth opportunities. This year, AIFED focuses on three main topics to be discussed. First, macro fiscal policies in addressing the most recent challenges and in promoting more balanced, inclusive, and sustainable growth in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. Second, future economic policy direction in capitalizing the emerging changes and opportunities. And third, further development for a green economic and financing framework. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on a reflection, the global economy was on a promising path toward the end of 2019. As for Indonesia, the economy was also in a good shape with robust growth and low and stable inflation rate. Sound and prudent macroeconomic policies have provided a relatively solid footing for the economy to sustain a strong economic growth. Indonesia is on track in aiming at achieving its goal to become a high-income country by 2045. The COVID-19 outbreak, all of a sudden, has turned the corner. It didn't take long for the global economic outlook to take a drastic turn after the WHO announced the global pandemic status in the first quarter of 2020. The COVID-19 infection spread rapidly and disrupted every aspect of life. Health concern took a front seat as fatalities skyrocketed. Business activity severely hit as lockdown and stricter social restrictions were imposed in many parts of the world. Consumption fell dramatically while investment also plunged. Transportation and tourism sector affected significantly. As a consequence, the global economy contracted to a record low in decades. Unemployment elevated as massive layoff was inevitable following business closures and plummeted demand. To grapple with this unprecedented crisis ignited by the COVID-19 pandemic, the government all over the world had to undertake extraordinary measures. IMF estimated that the total cost needed as a part of the relief package and foregone revenue on account of the COVID-19 pandemic is approximately 10.9 trillion US dollar. Governments around the world had to spend much larger spending on health facilities, medical supplies, cash transfers to individuals, subsidies, commercial loan repayment relief to protect people's life and their livelihood. On the revenue side, tax collection fell sharply as the economy contracted. As revenue shrank, while at the same time spending needs to cope with the pandemic balloon, budget deficit widened to an unprecedented level that in turn increased our government debt. The COVID-19 pandemic and its lingering effects have opened up our eyes to how vulnerable the current health system to face such catastrophic disease. They have also raised some questions as well of what have made the world so vulnerable? What needs to be changed to mitigate damages from future threats? This highlights the importance of reinforcing capacity of the health system, public finance, as well as the economy as a whole to anticipate and mitigate future shocks. Yet, as the direct threat of the pandemic has subsided, the global economy is now facing headwinds and challenges stemming from the geopolitical conflicts. The war in Ukraine has significantly disrupted global supply chain, leading to soaring commodity prices and aggravating inflationary pressures, which has been on the rise due to pent-up demand on account of much improved the pandemic situation. In many advanced countries, inflation rates surged to a record high in 4 decades, igniting faster and larger than initially expected monetary policy tightening. The spillover effect to most emerging countries is inevitable, causing capital outflow and putting immense pressures to the local currencies. This combination has detrimental impact to the global growth prospect. IMF has continued revising down the global growth, especially for 2023, from 3.8% in January to only 2.7% in October 2022. Parallel to the need to address the scary effect and to mitigate the heightening risks and uncertainties in global economy, it is also inevitable to call attention to the imminent climate change-related challenges. If left unmitigated, climate change will have adverse impacts, not only to the economy, but also to people. We have witnessed together that climate change-related disasters have hit several countries in the form of severe drought, forest fires, and flood. This will eventually affect the life and livelihood of the people. Thus, addressing the climate change-related risk is also very, very important, since it will not only save people, but also create opportunity as a new source of sustainable growth from development of the green economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while the darker cloud of the pandemic have subsided, but it is shifted the murky sky of imminent headwinds and uncertainties from the weakening global economy. So, in this forum, in this 2 days forum, we will be discussing challenges to recovery in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is surrounded by the global economic turbulence. Several key issues will be further elaborated. The short, medium, and also long-term challenges with the appropriate focus area and policy framework to address them. Beyond risks and challenges, the COVID-19 pandemic has also provided rising opportunities. The crisis has created momentum for policy reforms and helped expediting digitalization and increased people's awareness toward the importance of environment and its associated issues. Meanwhile, there is also ongoing shift in the labor market and working environment that we can capitalize to bolster further economic transformation. To discuss these various issues, we have invited remarkable speakers who will share valuable insights on how to navigate the recovery through uncertainty. I'm delighted to announce that we have His Excellency Vice Minister of Republic of Indonesia here with us to share his views on recalibrating economic strategy in the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic. We also have Professor Alan Orbach, who will provide us with his insight on post-pandemic macro-fiscal management. Other prominent speakers will also enrich our perspectives to understand the post-pandemic economic policy from various angles during today and tomorrow discussion. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the health crisis has pushed us to rethinking a new paradigm of economic policy. This will require a set of policies that will not only maintain the recovery momentum, but also to create a global economy that is sustainable and resilient to shocks. I expect that the 2022 AIFED will once again become a crucial forum to learn from each other's experiences, challenges, and successes, particularly on post-pandemic economic policy discourses. Therefore, I encourage all of us to share our expertise, experience, and insight to the forum so we can put together policies, measures that make our world a better place to live and to make Indonesia thrive. This is all I want to share with you today. I wish you all have a constructive and fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. A very good morning. Om Santi Santi Om.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luki Alfirman. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Luki Alfirman, for your warm welcome to all of us. Now I would like to also invite AIFED's long and close partners to also join in delivering their remarks. Firstly, I would like to humbly invite the Honorable Mr. Stephen Jones MP, the Assistant to the Treasurer and Australian Minister of Financial Services of the Australian Government, to give his speech on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Stephen Jones, MP.
Thank you so much, Selamat Pagi, and thank you for inviting Australia to contribute to this significant and very timely conference. It's a pleasure to join you here at the 11th Annual International Forum on Economic Development in beautiful Bali. It's been too long since we've all been able to get together. I'd like to acknowledge His Excellency Bapak Suhasil Nazara, the Vice Minister of Finance, and thank you very much for the warm conversation that we were able to have this morning. Together, I'd also like to acknowledge all the distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Before I go further, I want to acknowledge and offer Australia's deepest condolences for the tragic recent events in Cianjur. There was a genuine outpouring of grief in Australia as we learnt of the loss of life, particularly amongst young children. I want you to know that the process of rebuilding and recovering will be slow and painful, but we stand beside you as neighbours and as friends, and we're willing to help in whatever way we can to help these recovering communities. We do this because we're friends, but we also do it because we too have had recent experience of natural disasters over the last 2 years, unprecedented and persistent flooding. We've had bushfires. Together we've gone through the COVID pandemic. Many communities have lost homes, businesses, and some have lost family and neighbours. Natural disasters strike unannounced, and often with a ferocity that's difficult to endure, and that's when support for each other counts for so much. I also want to take the opportunity to congratulate Indonesia on a successful G20 presidency year. It took skillful stewardship to navigate the very difficult set of global circumstances, including a war and a pandemic. Not only did Indonesia steer us through, but you managed to maintain a focus on the most pressing global issues. Issues like concrete deliverables to help us face the existing and future pandemics, climate change, and energy transition, and to help harness the benefits of digitisation, which will undoubtedly support inclusive growth for all. 2022 has presented some of the most complex and unique economic challenges that we've seen in a long, long time. The pandemic required a whole new playbook for dealing with an economic crisis, the likes of which we've never faced. I must commend you for having the foresight to carefully record and respond in real time. And I think your recently published book on the PEN program will be a resource for policymakers to reference in the future. In particular, the opportunities that you took to realise critical reforms, even during a time of crisis, is an important lesson for those interested in economic reform. I also thank you for the many open dialogues that our countries were able to have during this time, at the ministerial level, between government institutions and business communities, whether multilateral or bilateral. This ability to share our observations and experiences in a really changing and challenging time was critical to us putting together the best responses possible. The experience highlights the importance of the talks we'll engage in today and over the next few days. It's hard to think of a more important theme than the one you've chosen for the discussions: coping with uncertainties and seizing new growth opportunities. Only with constant reflection on the marshalling of expertise from academia, from business community, from government and policy development circles, can we hope to optimally manage what lies ahead? Certainly this time last year, we were hoping to find ourselves facing more favourable global economic outlook than we are today. High inflation, considerable cost of living pressures, tightening financial conditions, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine have all combined to cause a broad-based and sharper than expected slowdown in the global economy. Many are facing energy shortages and increasing food insecurity. How policy is shaped over the coming years will impact for decades to come. And we must continue to seize every opportunity to share our experience, collaborate, and seek new and innovative approaches. And that's what I expect to see over the coming few days of the annual International Forum for Economic Development. I look forward to sharing your discussions and your insights. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Mr. Stephen Jones, MP, for your kind remarks. Next, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to invite Mr. Ramesh Subramaniam, the Director General of Southeast Asia Department from the Asian Development Bank, to also come on stage to deliver his remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ramesh Subramaniam.
Very good morning to all of you. Pak Suhasil Nazara, Honorable Stephen Jones, Pak Luki, Ibu Mesita, I see Pak Edwin, number of other officials, colleagues from development partner institutions. Very good morning to all of you. It gives me great pleasure to be, as the two previous speakers have said, at this in-person event. I was just looking back. Of the 11, I've been fortunate and lucky to attend 7 of them, so this is the 8th one. Very good to see all of you. And we've also been associated with AIFED, as well as being a development partner to Indonesia, and particularly working very closely with the Ministry of Finance. Just echoing what Honorable Stephen Jones said, our condolences to for the devastating earthquakes that we've had in Cianjur. Given the spate of these disasters, in fact, my colleague Saeed, some of us, we have a WhatsApp group, like for example, 2 days ago, the earthquake that came immediately, our response is prayers for victims and hoping that damages would not be severe, but then unfortunately we do keep facing increasing frequency of these disasters. But at the same time, on a positive note, again, echoing what Mr. Jones said, huge congratulations to Indonesia for hosting a highly impactful, successful G20 meetings. I'll talk about that a bit later. Needless to say, since the last in-person AIFED, the world has changed dramatically. We've seen the worst pandemic, but we can also now say that we've won over that worst pandemic. The timely and tireless efforts and comprehensive measures adopted by policymakers all around the world, including particularly in Indonesia, have certainly helped contain the adverse impacts of the pandemic. The rapid development and application of COVID-19 vaccines has helped with the fight against COVID and particularly enabled the easing of mobility restrictions that we had seen. After the economic devastation in 2020, global economic activity recovered in 2021. Indonesia output grew last year by 3.7% after, as we know, contracting by 2.1% in 2020. Now, as the world is trying to chart its post-pandemic growth path, it is also having to grapple with what Adam Tooze has called a poly-crisis. As Mr. Jones said, inflation has spiraled due to supply chain disruptions resulting from the pandemic initially, but also policy responses to the pandemic, as well as higher food and fuel prices resulting from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. geopolitical tensions have risen, financial volatility has unfortunately increased, and climate change looms ever larger, as Pak Luki mentioned. Now, driven by these uncertainties, we are projecting lower growth in 2023 for key economies. For Asia and Pacific, we've revised down our growth forecast for 2022 from our projections in April earlier this year from 5.2% to 4.3%, and for 2023 from the earlier 5.3% to 4.9%. For Indonesia, we are currently projecting 5.4% in 2022, but there are always headwinds that could constrain any country's growth, including that of Indonesia, but also there are lots and lots of positive things that we can see. Now, to sustain the post-pandemic growth plans, as well as to deal effectively with the poly crisis, the global community will need to adopt well-calibrated and harmonized policies. It is appropriate, therefore, that for the AIFED this year, the theme is post-pandemic economic policy, coping with uncertainties and seizing new growth opportunities. In this context, what are some of the things that we've learned from the crisis that we have faced and are facing right now? Now, there are obviously lots of lessons, but let me highlight three things that stand out. First is very clear the importance of investing in our public health systems to scale up emergency response capability, improving logistics and supply chain management for medical goods, and strengthening access to vaccines, but also to other health services. We are very happy in that regard. Indonesia and many other countries are now moving towards a universal healthcare type of model. Second, as Honorable Mr. Jones mentioned, the importance of becoming smarter with enhanced adoption and trust on digital technologies. This is going to be very, very critical. Clearly, the use of big data has been highly beneficial in the fight against the pandemic. And the third lesson stems from a challenge that we've had, in fact, well before the pandemic, but which has becoming increasingly more critical, and that is climate change. And I'm going to spend a bit more time on this challenge particularly. Now, as we all know, the ASEAN region, and particularly Indonesia, has always been highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Now, the pandemic has reinforced the need for us to look at health and environmental considerations in a holistic manner. If you look at health, there is now increasingly more focus on animal and human health together, and then bring in environmental dimensions. There is a lot of progress being made in Indonesia on that front. Now, the imperative to ensure that the post-pandemic recovery is green is felt in every part of the world, and so is the need to create more green jobs. Now, in this context, there is a very clear and growing recognition that Indonesia, as well as the Asia and Pacific region and the world all across, in general need to pave way for significant cuts in CO2 emissions. Accomplishing this obviously calls for a lot of transformations, policy transformation, as well as significant financing to come in. At the G20 summit, with the leadership from the Minister of Finance, Ibu Sri Mulyani, and want to give a big shout out to Ministry of Finance colleagues particularly, and the hard coordination by MOF, working closely with other ministries and agencies. Indonesia launched the Energy Transition Mechanism, the ETM, as well as the country platform to lead the efforts, with PT-SMI supporting these efforts very closely. On ADB's behalf, we are very happy and pleased to be collaborating closely with Indonesia in designing the ETM, which offers a concrete mechanism to retire coal-fired power plants early. It supports the installation also of renewable energy sources, providing reliable energy to meet Indonesia's needs and maintain growth momentum. And finally, a point, in fact, Ibu Sri Mulyani has highlighted, and it's been in the last 2 years, become parlance, common parlance in the climate transition, which is how do we make sure that the energy transition remains just and also affordable, protecting the poor and the vulnerable, providing access to jobs, including particularly for women. Now, when the ETM model becomes fully operational, it can provide an example for other countries to forge a path to a net zero future. Once scaled up, we believe ETM has the potential to serve as one of the largest carbon reduction models in the world. And so as a result, we at the ADB are committed to supporting these efforts in Indonesia and across Asia and Pacific. In fact, the facility was launched in Glasgow last year at COP26 with Minister Srimulyani, the then Philippine Finance Secretary Dominguez launching, covering Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam, and other countries have expressed interest. Now, besides ETM, Indonesia and several of its international partners also announced the Just Energy Transition Partnership, or the JETP facility. The ETM will be a very important delivery mechanism for implementing the JETP, and we at the ADB are committed to working very closely with the government of Indonesia and international partners in delivering on the ETM as well as the JETP agenda. And in fact, this is part of our support of the cumulative $100 billion commitment in climate finance that we aim to achieve by 2030. Now, as part of this, significant support will be provided to Indonesia over the next 4 to 5 years. We are estimating a total of about $7 to $8 billion coming particularly for climate transition efforts. Now, in order to just quickly mention, there are many other dimensions of the crisis that we will be addressing today and tomorrow in this forum. The recent G20 summit in Bali under Indonesia's leadership has made a number of commitments, such as staying agile and flexible in macroeconomic policy formulation, protecting macroeconomic and financial stability, promoting food security and also energy security, and unlocking further investments to help developing countries achieve SDGs with renewed commitment. And in fact, in that regard, Indonesia is now looking at how to support developments at the decentralized level, particularly for meeting sustainable development goals, which will be very, very happy to work with the government of Indonesia. In closing, let me very sincerely thank the Ministry of Finance for the long-standing partnership with ADB, including in running the AIFED. It's been a pleasure to meet with all of you, and we wish the forum a very productive next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramesh Subramaniam, for your kind remarks and for your support as well from the ADB. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for us to listen to the keynote speech on recalibrating economic strategy in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. The keynote speech will be delivered by the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Suhasil Nazara. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Suhasil Nazara.
Very good morning to everyone. Honorable Stephen Jones, Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services Australia. Very good to have you here in Bali. Colleagues from the Australian government, the embassy, Pak Ramesh from the Asian Development Bank, and also all colleagues from the Asian Development Bank, including Pak David Naylor from Prospera. It's good to see you here as well, Pak David. Professor Alan Auerbach, who is joining virtually, all distinguished colleagues from the Ministry of Finance, universities, researchers, think tanks, speakers, and all ladies and gentlemen. I think it's very appropriate to thank God that we finally are able to have the 11th AIFED in person. And this has been quite a journey for AIFED, the 11th time. Pak Ramesh joining for the 8th time. And then I started calculated how many times I have been joining the AIFED. You beat me, Pak Ramesh. I've only joined like 7 times. So I think it's very encouraging to see colleagues who are very keen and very active to be part of the AIFED all of these years. I would like to congratulate the Fiscal Policy Agency of the Ministry of Finance for continuous effort to make sure that the event takes place once again. This has been quite, I think the AIFED has been quite a number of colleagues around Indonesia has been waiting for all of these years. And it's a good chance for us to sit back and think and listen and read and think once again about what happens with our economic and development. And of course, Indonesia has so many dimensions to talk about. And just this morning, Pak Stephen Jones and also Pak Ramesh mentioned about the recent catastrophe, the natural disaster that happened in Cianjur. Of course, I would like to thank you for your nice words and thoughts and supports to us on dealing with the natural disasters of that scale. And that continued to be a reminder to all of us how important to establish a good coping mechanism, a good natural disaster preparedness for a country that is very prone to natural disasters like Indonesia. And of course, I'm also very happy to be here today because every time I have we hold an AIFED, I feel like meeting many friends who have their hearts and mind on the Indonesian economic development. That is encouraging. And this time around, we will talk about the calibrating economic strategy in the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, Pak Luki and previous speakers have already mentioned about the pandemic that we faced. And I'm not going to repeat that again, but I would like to put an emphasis that I believe we should not forget the pandemic too fast. I'm trying to say that it's possible that we would like to leave those things behind and would like to quickly forget about what we had to endure in the past. But what we have already been doing with during the pandemic actually provide us a very important set of important lessons to the future. We should not forget that. I believe that it's possible to forget that. I mean, like after a year or 2 years, in the next year or so, we've been trying to tackle other things in our economy, and then we do not have the, then we forget. We understand that very well in the Ministry of Finance, and that is why in 2022, this year, we started with the logic of let's document what we have already done from the bureaucracy, from the technocratic, from the knowledge point of view. And we have just recently launched our book on keeping the Indonesia safe from the COVID-19 pandemic. It's a collection of thoughts, action, discussion, logic, data that we accumulate during the pandemic on one single objective: keeping the Indonesia safe. The people, the economy, the business, we would like to keep them all safe. The book actually, the book can be downloaded for free, or the picture of the book is not that big, but then at least the QR is big. Where is it? Oh, I see it, okay. At least the QR is big so that you can see it from where you sit, and you can actually download it for free. The book is published with ICS in Singapore, containing 17 chapters that very thorough, although I always have a feeling that it may never be enough. We are not doing enough justice to each topic that we actually put in the book. It's covering the microeconomic logic, it's covering the fiscal logic, it's covering about the education, it's covering about the regional development, the regional dynamics, the hardship that are felt by our business sector, especially the micro and small and medium enterprises, as well as the big enterprises. It's covering about the hardship that is felt by our financial sector. It is also covering about the education, obviously about health, about the human quality, and even there is one chapter about the mental health that is very, very important to address during any pandemic of the scale we had in the last 2-3 years. So that's basically the first point that I would like to make. Do not forget the crisis. Let's learn from that. And I can mention several items that I learned from the crisis, in order not to mention about the data and everything. There are several learns. Number one, the data is very important. There is no more important items than the data. Whatever that you may want to do, whether you want to project the economy, 2020 March, virus came. We asked what's going to happen with Indonesia in the next 6 months, what's going to happen in the next year. The data, what I'm talking about, is not about the historical data. No historical data can show us about what's going to happen to Indonesia, to the people, because due to the virus. It's the data that is embedded in our judgment, it's the data that is embedded in our logic, in our economic models, combined together with lots and lots of judgment are very important. Prepare the data. It may be useful, although there are many instances in the economy where we have to put in our judgment. So that is number one, the data. Number two, it's very important to have good governance right from the beginning, even before the situation. I mean, like a good governance is not only for the pandemic. Good governance will actually allow us to deal with the pandemic in a better situation. The moment that the government of Indonesia actually decided to have a fiscal deficit above 3%, something that is, I can say, something, the fiscal rule 3% is something that all of our policymakers in the past have already put in our DNA. We have to change that DNA. We have to change that logic. And good governance is one of the pillars. It is higher than 3% with a track of good governance. Unless we have a good governance in the past, then when we change the DNA, we have to deal with more explanation than it's supposed to be. Good governance is very important. Number three, the policy mix. The coordination relationship with all other institutions, especially independent institutions such as our central bank, our FSA, and then also the policy mix is very important. One of the lessons from the previous pandemic is that there is no way that one single policy can keep Indonesia safe. And I think this is also important. This is also true in many other countries. It is not only fiscal policy, it is not only income policy, it is not only monetary policy, all kinds of policies, including the audit policies, supervision policies, should be used together in order to keep the Indonesia safe. And final lessons that I learned from 2.5 years dealing with the pandemic is that the following. When it comes to health, we know that whenever the virus is the infection of the virus is increasing, we know how to turn it down. Whenever the infection is increased, we know how to reduce it. During the early pandemic, we reduced it even with the stopping economic activities, stopping social activities. We know how to reduce the infection. But at the same time, we have to keep in our minds that when the infection is low, it doesn't mean that the virus is going away. It is still there, which means it can increase again. So it's very important to change the way we live. When we move into an endemic situation, I think it's very important to learn about how health and economics are going to intertwine together and going to characterize our economic development many years to the future. So to my colleagues from the academia, whenever you, because I'm coming from university, I'm coming from the academia, I think it's time to revisit the way we understand our macroeconomic policy, fiscal policy, monetary policy, how it is beyond the economics. And we have to pay attention to the surrounding items such as the virus, because it's going to characterize our world to the future. So those are the lessons, I guess, that the book is trying to put together, and I encourage you to read and to discuss and to review the book. And I believe that many sessions in this 11th AIFED actually is going to be very, very going to fit very well with the lessons that we try to put together in the book. Now, what are we looking at our future? How are we going to look at the future? So those are the lessons. Let's look at the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I can say that for the government of Indonesia, even during the pandemic, we have a very optimistic view about the Indonesian economy, and I'm not talking about just 1 or 2 indicators. I'm looking at the way, the optimism about the Indonesian economy and how the Indonesian economy should look alike in many years to the future. And that is the reason why, if I may bring your memory to those who are following Indonesia very well, we continue to issue the new reforms, structural reforms for Indonesia. We issued the job creation law. So many talks about the omnibus law, on job creation, how is it going to really change the Indonesia or not? But there is a new landscape of Indonesia that are laid out in the omnibus bill of job creation. There are so many sectors are affected and related in the omnibus law of the job creation. About the licensing, about the business licensing, we are still moving with the improvement of our business licensing. About the sovereign wealth fund, about the way how the new taxation and also the customs regulations in there. There are so many things that are in the law that are going to characterize the new Indonesia many times to the future. We also issued the new tax law. Despite we are in the middle of the pandemic, we discussed with our parliament and thought and thinking about what is the new tax perspective of Indonesia should look alike. So we issued the new tax law, and I think two of most notables I would like to remind you from the tax law is that number one, we increased the value-added tax rates from 10 to 11%, and that's already been conducted with a very smooth transition last April. And we also introduced the carbon tax. The parliament allows us to put in the carbon tax in the economy, and that is going to be a very good fundamentals of Indonesia many times to the future. We are going to get our net zero emissions. We are going to go on the transition to green, which already been mentioned by several speakers earlier, and carbon tax will be an instrument that is ready for that to that end. We also issued the improvement in the intergovernmental fiscal transfer. We created that. We would like to see a better, more aligned central and local government financing, local and central government financial, fiscal, and also the financing. We are now dealing with the operationalizing of that law, and that's going to be a pillar that improves the central government budget as well. Almost 30% of our central government budget is transferred to the local government, which is a way for the government as a whole to be more closer to the needs of the local people. And of course, it's important to continue to enhance that, and the law on the fiscal transfer, the intergovernmental fiscal transfer, is going to be a pillar of that as well. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment we are in the middle of the discussion, and we hope it will come to an end very soon enough. The discussions about the law on financial sector development. And the objective is to make sure we continue to develop our financial sector, we continue to deepen our financial sector, and we continue to make our financial sector more inclusive. We are in the middle of discussion with the parliament, and we really hope that it will come to an end, and the parliament will be able to approve the financial sector law for Indonesia. So you see, structural reforms that are very, very basic, very fundamental on job creation, tax, intergovernmental transfer, and also the financial sector is the way we look at Indonesia many times, many years to the future. And all of that is, we hope, is going to be fundamental enough for the economic strategy in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. I share with the previous speakers who look at the digital economy is one of the fundamental, is a new source of growth. The last 2 years, digital economy in the during the pandemic opens up our eyes that the digital is going to be with us and going to be an important source of economic growth in the future. We have been able to keep our economic growth in the last 2 or 3 years with the digitalization. We continue to, we switch into digital era very quickly during the early times of the pandemic. I also share with the other speakers the importance of green transition toward the green. And it is a source of new economic growth for Indonesia. Not only about the building new renewables, but also even when we committed to the early retirement of our coal-fired power plants, it is a business. It is a continued business for Indonesia. So that is why in our energy transition mechanism, we combine two most important logic. Number one, reduce the carbon, and that includes an early retirement of our coal-fired power plants. And number two, build the new renewables. This is very, very fundamental, two fundamentals of our energy transition mechanism, and I believe Indonesia, we are very well committed to become the examples in the world that we can do the energy transition in a just and affordable manner. And finally, the new source of economic growth, I believe many times in the future, is none other the relationship between health and economics. If you would like to put it as SDG is the new source of economic growth. Many, many times in the past, many decades ago, some people might thought that the SDG is an expenses. SDG is a spending. But I think many years to the future, all of our experience that we have already come across, plus the 2 years plus of pandemic, shows us that our SDG, health, the green, the improvement, welfare of the people is the source of economic growth for Indonesia and also for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that many sessions in this 11 AIFED will be able to elaborate them further, and we will come to the new understanding about the after COVID-19 pandemic economic growth. Finally, I would like to thank our colleagues from the Australian government for your continuous support, continuous partnership for AIFED, and also to the Ministry of Finance. Thank you to Asian Development Bank, who is also our partner in many different aspects of deliberations at the Ministry of Finance Indonesia, and also colleagues from the GIZ, who is also supporting this event so that the 11 AIFED can come to this point. I wish you all good visit to Bali. So that is number one. I wish you all good health and stay healthy while you are in Bali, and also continuously after this. And finally, have a good, fruitful discussions. Thank you very much. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Vice Minister of Finance. We hope that you will stay on stage. Your Excellency, we will be opening the AIFED by the sounding of the gong. Therefore, I would also like to humbly invite Honorable Mr. Stephen Jones MP, Mr. Ramesh Subramaniam, and also Mr. Luki Alfilman to join His Excellency in sounding the gong to mark the opening of the 11th AIFED 2022. Your Excellency, I will count down and you will sound it. 3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the opening of the 11th AIFED 2022. Gentlemen, if you would stay on stage. Gentlemen, Mr. Stephen Jones, if you would stay on stage. We have a photo option here. So I would also like to invite for the photo session on stage Ms. Oza Olivia Assistant of Minister for State Revenue of the Ministry of Finance. Ms. Titik Anas, Special Advisor to Minister of Finance. Mr. Iwan Juniardi, Assistant of Minister for Tax and Regulation Enforcement. Mr. Nufransa Wirasakti, Assistant of Minister for Tax Supervisory. Ms. Mashita Kristalin, Special Advisor to Minister of Finance. Mr. Abdul Rahman, Director of Center for Macroeconomic Policy, BKF, Ministry of Finance. Ms. Dini Kusumawati, Secretary of Fiscal Policy Agency. Ms. Pande Putuoka Kusumawardani, the Acting Director of Center for State Revenue Policy. Mr. Wahyu Utomo, Director of Center for Budget Policy. Ms. Dian Lestari, Director of Center for Climate Finance and Multilateral Policy. And also Ms. Nella Sri Henrieti, Director of Center for Regional and Bilateral Policy. To the names mentioned, would you please join us on stage for a photo session? I'll be counting down for the photo. Everybody please smile. In 3, 2, 1. We'll take another photo once again, just for keeps. In 3, 2, 1. Great, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give another round of applause for the opening of the 11th AIFED 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, you may be seated. Once again, thank you very much, Your Excellency, Vice Minister of Finance, Mr. Suhasil Nazara, for opening our 11th AIFED 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next session, please enjoy the coffee break. We will have a 15-minute coffee break for now, and we will return for the first session in the AIFED, or the 11th AIFED 2022. So we invite you to enjoy the coffee break, and we'll see you here in the same room in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Sekarang 10:10.
Oke, kita mulai aja ya. Teman-teman media semua, jadi pada hari ini kita menyelenggarakan sekali lagi, agak ribut ya kayaknya ya.
macro-fiscal management. Please enter the ballroom. Once again, we are now about to start the special session, the keynote lecture, Post-Pandemic Macro-Fiscal Management. Please enter the ballroom. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 11 AIFED, Post-Pandemic Economic Policy, Coping with Uncertainties and Seizing New Growth Opportunities. Now we are entering the first session, Navigating the Recovery Through Uncertainty. We wish you a fruitful discussion.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us again today in the 11th AIFED 2022. Now we will continue with today's keynote lecture on post-pandemic microfiscal management. Speaking today is Professor Alan Auerbach, Professor Allen is a Robert D. Birch Professor of Economics and Law. He is the director of the Birch Center for Tax Policy and Public Finance and is the former chair of the Economics Department at the University of California. Now today, Professor Allen will be talking about the lesson learned by policymakers getting through the pandemic and also posing challenges ahead for emerging economies. Professor Allen is joining us online today. Good day to you, Professor Allen. How are you?
Fine, how are you?
I'm good. We're all good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And as I said, the topic that Professor Allen will be talking about will be, as mentioned before. Now, once again, Professor Allen, thank you for your time with us today. If I may know, what time is it there?
It is 6:39 p.m. in Berkeley, California.
Okay, great. Thank you very much once again for making time for us. Now, Professor Allen, we are eager to hear your findings on this topic. But before that, please allow me to remind everyone that we will have a Q&A session after the lecture. So at the end of the lecture, everyone is invited to submit their questions, and you may do that through Slido. You just have to scan the code. I believe we have a Slido code. Scan that and enter slido.com and enter the Slido code you see on the screen. We have that? Okay, you just scan this QR code and it will direct you to slido.com where you can submit your questions. So I encourage you to scan the code now, and probably later on we would have it on screen. I'm not sure if that's possible, but I encourage you to scan this code right now so you may submit your questions at any time during the lecture. And later on, after Professor Allen's lecture, I will be moderating the Q&A session. Therefore, you may submit your questions even from the beginning. And later on, those questions will be shown on my screen, and I will be reading out those questions for Professor Allen at the Q&A session after the lecture. Now, we encourage you to take this chance while we have Professor Allen live with us all the way from California. Without further ado, I'd like to give the stage to Professor Allen Auerbach. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to Professor Allen. The time is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say I'm very sorry I was not able to be there in person. I'm sure it's a very interesting conference, and I'm sorry that this participation is virtual. Nevertheless, I look forward to talking to you about my thoughts, and also look forward to hearing your questions. So with that, let me share my screen. Okay, so the title of my talk today is Fiscal Policy for a Post-Pandemic World. And of course, it goes without saying that this is a very challenging time to determine the ideal fiscal policy for any country, given that we've lived through an unprecedented period during the last few years, not so long after the global financial crisis. I'm going to organize my comments into three general areas. First, to talk about some of the fiscal policy lessons we've learned from COVID-19 and the COVID-19 period. Then I want to move on to talk about the role and design of fiscal rules to help make the practice of fiscal policy more effective. And then finally, some thoughts on the design of fiscal policy to provide for growth and sustainability. So to begin, the fiscal policy lessons from COVID-19. We know from earlier crises that countries' sense of fiscal space affects their willingness to adopt fiscal policy measures. So for example, if we go back to the most recent period of great challenge, the global financial crisis, here's a picture from a paper from 3 years ago by two of my colleagues at Berkeley, David and Christina Romer, where they estimated for a large sample of countries in responding to fiscal crises, the extent to which they practiced counter-cyclical fiscal policy, that is, when in crisis, had expansionary government spending and tax cuts, And they did it for different groups of countries. Some countries that they estimated to have more fiscal space and some that they had estimated to have less fiscal space. And these two graphs, the light or series, the light blue one and the dark one, show the responses over sequences of half years, all the way up through 10, that is 5 years, the changes in the full employment surplus, that is, positive amounts would be contractionary policies, negative amounts, expansionary policies, and as a share of GDP. And you see that the light blue line is above zero, that is, indicates that countries with less fiscal space tended to have contractionary policies even during a financial crisis, whereas countries with more fiscal space had expansionary policies. This is an issue I'm going to come back to, in particular when talking about emerging and developing economies, where it might be a particular problem. But this experience during previous financial crises suggests that countries are less willing or less able to adopt expansionary policies when they have less fiscal space. And a consequence of that is, if one looks at the performance of gross domestic product during this same sample, when countries either adopted expansionary policies or not, depending on their fiscal space, that those with more fiscal space had much stronger economic performance. That is a higher line in this curve, responsive real GDP, and this graph, responsive real GDP, with more fiscal space than those with less. So a lesson that we've learned is that countries in a financial crisis, countries with less fiscal space are less able or willing to adopt expansionary policy, and it leads to more negative economic consequences. So fiscal space is helpful. But on the other hand, things have become more complicated during the COVID-19 period. One of the things we know about the period is that emerging and developing economies adopted smaller fiscal measures on average than developed countries. So here's some data from the IMF, in particular from the IMF Fiscal Monitor database from a year ago, looking at the scope of policies adopted fiscal policies adopted in response to the COVID-19 crisis. They broke their data into two categories: additional spending and foregone revenue, so what we might think of as the standard spending and tax policy, as well as guarantees, taking equity in companies, making loans to companies, guaranteeing companies as a way of trying to keep the private economy functioning well during this period of stress. And this is the first picture here is for advanced economies. These are as a percent of GDP. The circled bars are for advanced economies on average, that is, as a whole. And you can see that economies, Italy, for example, undertaking equity in loans and guarantees of over a third of GDP. The United States, far fewer guarantees, but spending of more than a quarter of GDP, of 1 year's GDP. So really quite substantial interventions. If one moves to look at the emerging economies, sort of the middle income economies, you can see that with the exception of Mauritius, that seems to have had very large equity loans and guarantees, much smaller interventions. And you can see Indonesia there, toward just to the left of center. Excuse me, to the right, just to the right of the edge, with larger than average additional spending, but smaller than average equity loans and guarantees, and some other countries that the acronyms one should recognize. And then if one looks at developing, at the sort of lowest income group of countries, the developing economies, you see even smaller interventions. And it may be a little confusing because these bars are very large, but if you look at the axis, these are compared to the previous graphs, which went up to around 40% of GDP. These are very low shares of GDP. And so you might think, based on the earlier analysis that I started with, that this would have led to much weaker economic performance and a much weaker recovery from the shock to economies that COVID-19 caused. Because after all, COVID-19 was everywhere during this period. And yet, the economic performance during COVID-19 in the aggregate, that is, if one doesn't look at individual countries, but groups of countries, is not clearly related to the ability to use fiscal space, in particular to the fact that developed economies were more able to, in general, more able to use fiscal policy. So here from a different IMF database are two series. One on relative to GDP in 2019, a real GDP per capita in the years since, and obviously for the second part of this curve, these are projections, not actual data. And what you could see is that emerging market economies and developing economies have actually outperformed advanced economies during this period relative to where they were before the pandemic started. So this is a very different situation than what we saw in the global financial crisis as well as in earlier financial crises. So what might be going on? Well, the economic responses were different because of the pandemic. That is, the pandemic itself, although it brought a recession, a worldwide recession with it, changed the economic circumstances as well. So here is just an illustration of this from a recent paper of mine with a couple of co-authors, where we looked at the effects of a certain kind of stimulus in the United States during the period of COVID-19. So this is a part of a larger research program that we've been doing, where we've looked at local spending across regions of the United States on contracts issued by our Department of Defense for national defense spending of various kinds. Most of these are government contractors, and we have found in the past that when the Department of Defense issues a contract to a business in a particular location for a substantial sum of money, this has very positive effects on economic activity in that area. And so what we did was we looked at this during the COVID-19 period, April to June 2020, just after the US economy had, to a large extent, shut down. And we found that in looking at across different regions, because policies to deal with COVID-19, public health policies, were adopted locally rather than nationally. And so we had some areas where policies were very stringent. Basically, most people were not allowed to go to work, except if they were in essential jobs. Schools were closed, lots of closures. Other areas, for political reasons, largely had much weaker orders, so low stay-at-home orders versus high stay-at-home orders. We used the abbreviation SAH in this table. And we looked at the effects of Defense Department spending in particular areas during this early part of 2020. What we found was that for areas with low stay-at-home orders, there were very positive effects of defense spending on economic output, on local income, which is what we had found in the past during earlier periods, especially during periods of economic weakness. But we also found that for areas of high stay-at-home orders, that is, areas where there were much more stringent controls on mobility of consumers and both as individuals as consumers, as students, as workers, that there was essentially no impact on economic activity, which was very different from what we'd found before. So one of the things that we learned during COVID-19, and this is an example for the United States, but it's not just true in the United States, is that the normal effects of fiscal expansionary policy during a recession that we think will help counteract the effects of the recession was not necessarily operative during COVID-19, and that there were other factors at play influencing economic performance. One of the things we learned as we were, encountering this perhaps initially surprising outcome was that there were other alternatives that we should consider. That is, innovative measures were needed and proved helpful in this particular case because of the unusual nature of the recession. In particular, that it was very sharp, but also expected to be relatively short, because it was not caused by any kind of underlying economic problem, but because of a public health problem. And so countries, because of this unusual circumstances, adopted a number of policies that were fairly innovative. For example, and this is taken from an IMF working paper from January, discussing some of the measures that were undertaken. This paper found that countries that adopted what they referred to as smart public health policies, as opposed to very brute force fiscal policies, tended to have better economic trade-offs. And I think one can think, for example, about the controversy in China right now as relating to this, and that representing sort of an extreme side of policy, that is taking a very, very tough public health approach rather than trying to take a more targeted approach. So this paper found that the trade-off in general was better for these more targeted approaches, but also that initial conditions mattered, and that containment measures tended to be less disruptive, not when public health response is fast, which of course isn't surprising, but also perhaps less expected that when public debt is low. And so this, in a sense, in a very different way, suggests that fiscal space may be more helpful in ways that we might not have anticipated. But there's still a lot of uncertainty about what worked best. Let me give you one example. There was a controversy during this period about the extent to which countries should try to save businesses. The idea being that, in a very sharp, short recession, particularly where in businesses in certain industries might be very, that involve personal contact, might be very hard hit, that large business subsidies might have been called for. Here's a paper. This is an excerpt from a paper published this year about the business protection program, or the business support program that was the primary one in the United States, which we called the Paycheck Protection Program, which gave substantial subsidies to businesses if they either as loans or if they maintained employment and wages during the crisis as grants. And they found that it did have a positive effect, but they also found that it was a very expensive policy, that they estimated the positive effects on employment, but they estimated that for every job year saved, the cost was several times that job. That is, it would have been substantially cheaper simply to pay the salaries of the individuals directly, rather than keeping the businesses open and the employees employed. There's another controversy, and it really, in my mind, highlighted the distinction between the United policies in the United States and Europe. There was a big emphasis in Europe in keeping people in their current jobs. The argument was that keeping people in their current jobs until the worst of the crisis was over would preserve job matches. That is, by subsidizing them in their current jobs, they would be ready to go again as soon as the business would be ready to go as soon as demand increased and the pandemic lessened. Whereas the argument in the US was more that it was important to support the unemployed by making direct payments to them, but that preserving job matches was not necessarily as important, and perhaps might even have been counterproductive to the extent that the pandemic brought with it a lot of need for job reallocation. That is, if certain sectors were permanently changed because of changes in work conditions and work environments brought about by the pandemic, then individuals might best move to other jobs, and that trying to freeze in place the employment relationships that existed prior to the pandemic might actually have been counterproductive. And you can see both of these things at work, I think, in comparing the economic performance of the US and Europe, particularly on employment and growth during this period. So if you look at the unemployment rate in the United States versus the four largest economies in Europe during this period, you see that in 2020, the US had a sharp increase in unemployment, more than doubling the unemployment rate, even though it had already started to get better at the end of 2020. Whereas increases were either moderate, as in Germany and the United Kingdom, or non-existent in Italy and France, suggesting that the policies Europe adopted were effective in keeping people from becoming unemployed. On the other hand, if you look at the end of this period, you see that the United States by 2022 has recovered, and we're back pretty much where we started. And so the performance, if you jump from 2019 to 2022, you don't really see much difference among the countries. On the other hand, the US did experience a period of high unemployment that was avoided in other countries. But now turn to the question of productivity and growth. As I said, an argument for the US position was that it might foster faster reallocation of individuals among industries. That is, if they became unemployed, left their job, and went to another industry. And what you can see is, by comparing real GDP per capita in the United States versus these other countries, using 2019 as a index that is relative to 2019, you see that the United States has outperformed the four European countries during this period. Even though it had a sharp drop, it didn't have as sharp a drop in output as most of the other countries, and it has grown more quickly. Now, there are many other things at play here. For example, the US also had a very strong fiscal stimulus coming out of the pandemic, when the fiscal stimulus was likely to be more effective in increasing output. So I'm not saying this was all attributable to differences in policy toward potentially unemployed workers, but it does suggest that one needs to give careful thought going forward to the next time something like this happens, to the value of maintaining job matches to the extent that individuals can find new jobs when the pandemic or whatever the crisis is lessens. So let me summarize the first part of my comments, the lessons of COVID-19. First, fiscal space is helpful, but fiscal policies for dealing with pandemics shouldn't follow traditional counter-cyclical approaches. Simple demand stimulus may not work, and also, optimal policies may differ. It may vary by country depending on initial conditions, not just in terms of their public health infrastructure, but also in terms of their fiscal space. Another lesson I think we've learned, and I use as an illustration of this, the Paycheck Protection Program that the United States adopted. One of the reasons that program was so expensive per job saved was it was not very well targeted. It applied to a very large fraction of American businesses. many businesses, many of which really didn't need the support of government to survive, and many of which ended up going under anyway, even with the support that the government provided, and therefore not really being helped very much by the program. And I think had our government played out what might happen in a crisis like this, and thought about the types of businesses that might have been especially sensitive to help from the government in terms of their ability to continue operating and continue paying employees, I think we could have ended up with a much more cost-effective program. It's also undoubtedly true, and many people have noted this, that countries vary in the extent to which their public health infrastructure was ready to deal with this pandemic. And I think there are very few countries for which were fully up to the task. Some learned very quickly and handled the pandemic extremely well. But for many other countries, it took a very long time. In terms of distribution of medicines, distribution of necessary supplies, access to supply chains, their hospital capacity, all of the issues that came up in the public health context and dealing with the pandemic. I think we were, it had been 100 years since a worldwide pandemic of this magnitude had happened, and countries really had just, I think, even though some countries had rudimentary plans in place, they really hadn't thought it through enough. So let me move on now and talk about fiscal rules. What is a fiscal rule? Fiscal rules are commonly rules that apply to on an annual basis to budget deficits, debt to GDP ratio. Something commonly seen, both in the European Union under its original Stability and Growth Pact, as well as in Indonesia, is a limit on the deficit to GDP ratio of 3%, a limit on the debt to GDP ratio of 60%. And other countries have somewhat different percentages, but this kind of approach of a debt and deficit limit is familiar. What's the argument for fiscal rules? Well, the argument, I think, is that a commitment to such rules enhances the credibility of fiscal plans. That is, governments can borrow at lower rates because their behavior is credible, and the belief that they're following a path that is sustainable makes them a lower risk from the point of view of lenders. And it also just makes reduces the potential chaos in terms of having to confront fiscal crises. But there are many challenges to simple rules. First, there's a need for some flexibility. That is, you can't just say the deficit can only be 3% of GDP always. If we had policies like that during the COVID period or during the global financial crisis, it would have been counterproductive because the deficits, the United States had deficits during the global financial crisis of well above 10% of GDP. And had we tried to bring it down to 3%, it would have required a gargantuan effort at a very tight fiscal policy, which would have really been very harmful for the economy. And so rules, as in the Stability and Growth Pact, are specified in such a way that they can be modified or relaxed during recession, or modified in a different way to refer to full employment deficits. But one has to exercise care here because exceptions has to be limited to maintain credibility. And the Eurozone has gone through several iterations of its fiscal rules in trying to deal with this, as countries have found that the original rules were too restrictive, and at the same time the organization has tried to come up with new rules that accommodated these concerns, but at the same time trying to maintain some semblance of credibility. It's been a challenge. Second, accounting transparency is needed. The use of off-balance sheet accounts and commitments, for example, loan guarantees or other kinds of guarantees or commitments to offer below-market funding, timing adjustments in terms of when payments are made. There are other ways in which governments can use accounting measures to distort actual commitments. That is, countries can have very substantial liabilities that wouldn't matter in terms of their commitments, but don't necessarily show up in standard budget accounting, and wouldn't therefore necessarily be disciplined by fiscal rules. Projections can be overly optimistic. After all, if a government's rules are based on its estimates for the current year or for near-term years of its deficits, then there's a temptation to shade toward optimism, saying, well, we're going to accomplish 3% deficit this year when in fact that is unlikely to happen. And now I just mentioned one paper here just over a decade ago, which found that kind of governments in general tended to be optimistic, and more so when missing targets was more politically costly, in particular countries within the Eurozone subject to the Stability and Growth Pact. That is, in the very cases where you want budget rules to work, countries succumb to the temptation to be overly optimistic in their forecasting. And also, long-run commitments typically aren't included in the calculation. And this isn't so much because governments are trying to hide their commitments. It's just not traditional for governments to include long-term commitments to make payments to transfer payments to key populations in their current budget accounting. And these commitments may be substantial, as they apply particularly to the elderly, either because economies are aging and therefore the aging are a bigger share of the targeted population is a bigger share of the population, or in many developing economies that are not necessarily as old, but are expanding their social safety net, expanding their national healthcare systems, expanding their public pension systems. And in either of these cases, these commitments can be substantial, even if they're not accounted for in standard budget rule accounting. And here is, I've taken this, again, this is from an IMF data set, the IMF Fiscal Monitor Methodological and Statistical Appendix from October. And this is looking at the debt and deficits for five important Asian economies, looking at, in the first two columns, the end of year debt to GDP ratio in 2021, and then the estimated deficit for 2022. And as you can see, the countries have a range, but I've just highlighted two countries, for example, the Philippines and Thailand, for which these numbers are very similar. And so you might say, well, these countries are in similar fiscal situation in terms of fiscal space. But then if you look at the other two columns are the present value of the pension spending change over the next 3 decades. What that equals is looking at the change in real changes in pension and healthcare spending and taking the present value of those changes over the next 30 years. And you can think of this as an attempt to measure the commitments to increases in social spending in these two areas that these countries are undertaking. Now, these are simply forecasts, and so forecasts under current policies, and so the policies can change. But given the current policies of these countries, you can see that these Philippines and Thailand differ quite substantially. With Thailand having enormous projected increases in pension spending and larger increases in healthcare spending than the Philippines. So looking at this measure, one would say that the Philippines has more fiscal space than Thailand under current policy projections. You can get a similar comparison by looking at Indonesia versus Vietnam. Virtually the same debt to GDP ratios, somewhat different deficits, but not enormously different in 2022. But again, very different longer run projections for public spending. Again, suggesting in this case, Indonesia having a much greater fiscal space than Vietnam. So what's my summary with respect to fiscal rules? Well, they need to be flexible to deal with cyclical fluctuations. You don't want to harm your economy in the interest of having a more credible fiscal policy. And they need to take future spending commitments into account. As I just showed you, you really get a very incomplete picture if you only look at current debt and deficits. But the problem is that these elements, that is, introducing flexibility to the rules and taking future spending commitments into account, make the rules more complex and more dependent on projections and accounting conventions. And these are subject to distortion by governments and worsen the potential problem of a lack of credibility. So what should one do? Well, one potential solution that I think has become this idea has become very, very influential in recent years, is the adoption of an independent fiscal council to assess by a country itself, to assess performance with respect to rules. An example of this would be the Office of Fiscal Responsibility in the United Kingdom. What do these fiscal councils do? Well, it depends on the country. In the Office of Budget Responsibility in the UK makes the economic forecast that the government is required to use. And so therefore the ability of the government to use optimistic projections to lessen its need for fiscal responsibility goes away. Other councils, for example, in the United States, the Congressional Budget Office might make projections under potential policy adoption that the government hasn't actually adopted, but that might be likely. Anyway, the use of fiscal councils this use is widespread. Here's a picture from an IMF data set showing in blue countries that have adopted the fiscal councils. And you can see that there are some in Asia. They're mostly in the developed world, but not entirely. There are also some in Africa, some in South America. Of course, an important thing for a fiscal council is it does have to be independent. And this is a tension. But we have a lesson about this from central banking. There's also been a movement around the world in the last few decades toward independent central banks. And with a similar, not exactly the same argument, because central banks actually make policy, whereas fiscal councils typically don't. They just provide analysis. But it is the same, I think, motivation, that it's important to have a respected institution that sometimes makes decisions or provides information that might be politically difficult for a government itself to do. So let me finally turn to my last comments on providing for growth and sustainability. So here I want to come back to the issue of fiscal space and just differences between the fiscal space available for developing and emerging and developing economies on the one hand and more advanced economies on the other. One of the phenomena that's been striking and observed by many authors, at least 2 or 3 decades ago, was that advanced economies tend to exhibit countercyclical fiscal policy, like the policies adopted with adequate fiscal space in the Romer and Romer analysis, whereas less developed countries tend to exhibit pro-fiscal policy. That is, expanding spending, cutting taxes in good times, when the economy, in a sense, doesn't need it, and cutting back in bad times when the economy really would do better with more expansionary policy. And this pattern among emerging and developing economies has been attributed to the fact that fiscal stress, deficits are higher in bad times. And even though the countries would very much like to adopt countercyclical policies, they may not have the fiscal space to be able to do that. On the other hand, economic development, particularly strengthening of institutions, can help address this problem, and we have evidence for this. So this is by a paper 9 years ago in the Journal of Development Economics, looking at the correlations between the cyclical components of government expenditure and real GDP. And so positive correlation means pro-cyclical fiscal policy, not what you want, and negative correlation, counter-cyclical fiscal policy. And during this 4-decade period from 1960 through 1999, most of the countries with negative correlations practicing counter-cyclical fiscal policy, that is, those on the left side of this curve, are in black. Those are the developed economies. So Switzerland being at the extreme. There are a few developed economies on the right side of this, Norway, Germany, Portugal, but mostly developed economies on the left, developing economies on the right. And there's Indonesia, where I've put the arrow. If you go ahead to the next decade, however, you see many more developing economies below zero, that is moving to counter-cyclical policy, including Indonesia. And in this paper, the author tries to come up with an explanation for why some countries were moving from pro-cyclical to counter-cyclical policy, and found that 2 important factors were low government debt to GDP, that is more fiscal space, so a greater ability to adopt counter-cyclical policy without encountering fiscal stress, as well as strong government institutions, lack of corruption, other measures of government accountability, and which presumably would help enhance the credibility of government policy, so that countries would get more fiscal space from that as well. That is, being able to make credible that they're adopting expansionary fiscal policy during a recession, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be unable to rein those policies in when recessions are over. So I've just said, as I've said, countries that moved from pro-cyclical to counter-cyclical policy had lower government debt, higher institutional quality. That is, they were better positioned to have the fiscal space they needed to adopt counter-cyclical policy. Another thing that I've discovered in work with one of my frequent co-authors, Yuri Gorodnichenko, which we presented in a paper at the Fed's Jackson Hole annual conference 5 years ago in 2017. And I've simply quote here from the paper: expansionary fiscal policies, this was for a group of OECD countries, adopted when the economy is weak, may not only stimulate output, as we'd expect, but also reduce debt to GDP ratios, as well as interest rates and credit default swap spreads on government debt. Well, outcomes are not as favorable when economies are strong. So what in particular had found was that, yes, if you borrow more, if you have more expansionary policy, that leads to more borrowing, but it also strengthens the economy. So the ratio of debt to GDP can go down even if debt is going up more. And that may actually strengthen economies enough that the extra borrowing increases fiscal space itself by making the economy stronger. Because fiscal space doesn't just depend on the amount of debt you have, but on how strong your economy is and how able you are to meet the debt service that you've accumulated. And so countries that behave responsibly in normal times may actually be able to further enhance their fiscal condition and their fiscal space by having good policies at this time. Let me also talk about the role of spending and tax structure in promoting growth, economic growth and strength. A challenge to meeting these objectives is the desire to also satisfy the objective of distributional equity. This is a problem around the world. That we have very important social objectives that we wish to achieve, and these very often come in conflict with the requirements of fiscal responsibility. But careful policy design on the tax and spending side can allow the simultaneous achievement of these apparently conflicting objectives. So let me enunciate some general principles in this regard. First of all, it's important to target social spending. Many popular social spending programs are broad-based, covering large portions of the population. And of course, the breadth of these policies increases their popularity because it creates a larger group of beneficiaries. But the cost of funding such programs can be very challenging, especially for countries with increases in the covered population, again, due to such factors as aging or economic development. So in addition to the cost of these programs, they can also hamper incentives to work and save. That is, generous transfer programs to people who are not in great need may make the need to provide for their own well-being less significant.
Professor Allen, sorry to interrupt you. I just remind you that we have 5 minutes left. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. A second general principle is to set tax-paying thresholds with care. That is, tax-paying thresholds, that is the level of income or other tax base below which the taxpayer owes nothing to the government, they have a real benefit. They reduce the costs of tax administration and compliance for those whose tax liabilities would otherwise be small. And so it makes a lot of sense to have tax thresholds. It makes for a more efficient tax system. But thresholds also distort behavior. If they're high enough, then a lot of companies or individuals might reduce their activity to fall below a threshold, as in the case of VAT thresholds. And if it affects a lot of potential taxpayers, it could require higher tax rates to compensate for lost revenue. It's important also to use broad-based taxation. Again, there's always a temptation to use favorable alternative regimes for some industries or substantial deductions for certain activities. There's always an argument for these policies, but they need to be justified rigorously in terms of the economic benefits they provide. Otherwise, they're going to distort the allocation of resources, and because they narrow tax bases, they're going to require higher tax rates that encourage productive behavior. Even where there may be social benefits from favorable tax provisions, such as a VAT preference for necessities, that is a zero rate on food or something like that, sometimes their alternative approaches may be more efficient, such as transfer payments to those in need, rather than subsidizing the food purchases by everyone. And then one should rely on taxes that have lower economic costs. That seems like an obvious argument, but these may change over time. For example, corporate taxes, because of international tax competition, have perhaps become more problematic than in the past. And here's just two figures. The corporate tax rates for the G7 countries have been steadily declining over the last 30 years. And it's not just the most advanced economies. Here's the same 5 countries in Asia that I was looking at before, since 2003. And you can see again a downward trend in corporate taxes, presumably reflecting the increasing intensity of tax competition and the recognition that other taxes may be better suited to a modern economy. So to summarize my last area of discussion, countercyclical fiscal policy need not be inconsistent with long-run objectives of sustainability and growth. With strong institutions and fiscal space, this is possible. And for taxes and spending in general, one should keep in mind several guides. First, to target social spending, sufficiently keep tax thresholds sufficiently low to make so that they make sense in terms of administrability and compliance, but still preserve the tax system. Use broad-based taxation, limiting favorable regimes and deductions to cases in which they have clear economic justification. And choose tax bases to limit economic damage, recognizing that these tax bases, ideal tax bases, may change over time as domestic and international economic conditions change. So that wraps up my comments. I've given you summaries of each of my areas of discussion as I went along the way. And so I think with that, I will stop and be happy to entertain your questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Professor Allen. Let's give a round of applause for the information that you have shared with us, Professor Allen. Very insightful. And I'd just like to remind all the audience here and online that we will be starting a Q&A session for the remaining time with Professor Allen. Therefore, you may scan again. Once again, I believe we have the QR code up here. You may scan that code to go to slido.com, and that will take you to the page where you can submit your questions. We have received a few questions already. Thank you very much for your submission. Before I move on to the questions, I don't have the questions yet here. I'll just bring to what's going to happen ahead, Professor Allen. That's what we also want to know. Now, we know the post-pandemic world is totally different story, started by supply disruption and now exacerbated by the war in Ukraine, which led to higher inflation, more aggressive monetary policy tightening, and so on. Now, there's greater uncertainty here ahead of us, which will lead to gloomier global economic prospect. Meanwhile, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, we still have scars from those effects. Now, what challenges would the policymakers face under these circumstances ahead? And how should fiscal policy be designed, of course, to mitigate and the adverse impact of the events ahead of us? Professor.
Well, I think you've highlighted some of the key problems that the world economy is facing right now. And in particular, the very strong inflation, especially in the developed world, that has brought with it the strong monetary tightening from many central banks, including the United States, is causing problems around the world in terms of the likelihood of a worldwide recession. There's the additional problem caused in many other countries by the strong dollar for countries, particularly that have debts in dollars. It's a real problem. I think in a situation like this, I don't think there's any simple rule. I think international coordination and discussion, I think, would be particularly helpful. And it may also be necessary for international organizations like the IMF to take a more active role in not simply in advising, but perhaps in supporting countries that encounter distress, not because of irresponsible policies on their part, but because of external forces such as the ones that you mentioned. I think the countries that have maintained fiscal space and behaved responsibly and have credible fiscal policies because of their good behavior in the past, will be in much better situations to deal with the problems they're going to be facing in the coming years. Countries that either because of past problems with fiscal responsibility or because of particularly damaging effects of COVID-19 may have more problems. And I think just heightened vigilance on the part of the developed world and international organizations to try to head off crises, I think is the most general suggestion I can make in terms of what should be done. In terms of individual country policies, I think it depends on the individual countries. Those with adequate fiscal space, may be able to undertake policies to protect households from increases in energy prices and other things like that that otherwise are causing would be causing more economic suffering.
Now, just touching upon that fiscal space, that would also be an interesting thing. Each nation probably has a different start base or baseline for where they are in their position of fiscal space. Now, those less fortunate with lesser fiscal space might wish to have more, but we know that that isn't something easily achieved. So, but we know now, as you've explained, that more fiscal space means more flexibility, means more strength to face another situation, be it a pandemic or a war or any other situation. Now, what would be your suggestion, most especially to emerging countries who find it harder to create more fiscal space, and what would be your suggestion to them? What should they do first, at least at the short term?
Well, I think the adoption of, in the short term, as you say, if you have a certain national debt, you can't make it go away. And I think that trying to adopt institutions that in the longer run may be helpful for creating fiscal space is a helpful idea. It's not going to do anything in the short run. But I think this is where international agencies might be helpful. That is, providing a list of measures that countries might adopt to help provide more fiscal space, more credibility. I mean, after all, if you look at debt to GDP ratios, that's not a very good measure of fiscal space. A country like Japan has a much higher debt to GDP ratio than many countries that perceive themselves as having less fiscal space. And so I think if international organizations like the IMF help countries along in the direction of developing strong institutions and adopting some of the policies I suggested, for example, targeting more carefully otherwise expensive social policies, I think is a way of providing credibility to world capital markets. I think measures like that, it's undoubtedly will be a frustrating experience because things improve slowly in terms of government credibility. But I think you have to start, even if it takes a while to accomplish the end that you seek.
Well, actually, if only Indonesia were still the G20 president, we probably could have brought more of that in the meetings before. But we'll have to, if your suggestions, I guess we'll bring that to India later on in the next G20 summit. Now, I'm moving on to the questions from Slido. I believe I could show them on my screen. Okay, I have one question here. Professor Allen, I'll be reading the questions for you. I don't know, could you see the questions on your screen?
No, all I see is the scan this QR code.
Okay. All right, so I'll read it out for you. Since initial conditions vary widely, what are the main aspects in general that government should consider in designing non-traditional countercyclical approach, Professor Allen?
Well, I think one of the problems is when you're trying to design a non-traditional countercyclical approach, you have to know what the particular problem is. So when we have now I can see the question. If for example, in the global financial crisis, one of the problems was financial institutions and the problems that they became, that when you had financial institutions getting in trouble, many of them pulled their counterparties under, and so there was a negative multiplier effect caused by the crisis in the financial sector. And so particular measures were needed to support the financial sector. In other recessions, it may be caused by weakness in manufacturing or some other sector. And so, or a general weakness in aggregate demand because of a loss of consumer confidence, to which traditional measures are typically taken. In the case of COVID-19, I said that what seemed to work best was targeted public health measures to allow economies to continue functioning in the face of public health emergency. But if you're talking about non-traditional policies are aimed at non-traditional circumstances, and every non-traditional circumstance is slightly different. I said that in general, it would be a good idea, since unfortunately this is not likely the last world public health crisis we'll face. It is a good idea to think about policies that will strengthen or foster public health measures in the future through fiscal policy, whether it's government spending on pharmaceuticals or on protective gear or other things like that, or additional hospital capacity, which we typically think of as wasteful, but ability to scale up hospital capacity and during a public health crisis is something which is worth planning for.
All right, that would be the first questions from Slido. We will have more questions if we would show that on our screen. Okay, Professor Allen, I have the second question here. Due to the pandemic, many countries provided stimulus, especially to industries, and it has been running for 3 years. Could it be perceived as unfair trade or tax remedies?
This is a question that has come up in the past. It's not just during the COVID situation. During the financial crisis, for example, when I said that support was needed for the financial industry to keep from having a depression, there was a lot of people upset about supporting the financial industry and thinking that it was unfair. I think the time to worry about unfairness is after the crisis has passed. And, and you certainly need to withdraw support in that case. I definitely agree that if an industry is supported to keep it operating during COVID-19, at the earliest possible date when that support can be withdrawn, it should be withdrawn. And perhaps some sort of compensating taxes can be imposed in that situation. If certain industries benefited greatly from government support, it may be appropriate to structure the support as loans rather than grants to try to regain some of the funding that was provided. So I think countries should be thoughtful about how long they maintain support and what they can do to compensate others in the economy after the support is no longer necessary. But and you're right. The questioner is right. It's been 3 years, and so now it is certainly time now to be rethinking support. Any policies of support that were put in place during COVID-19 should be getting a hard look from governments now.
Okay, it's not an easy question to answer, I guess, and a lot of it also is determined by how it is communicated as well. But an interesting question, and as you said, it will continue to arise, this question, every now and then. So we'll move on to the next question from the floor. This question, I'll read it out. How do we strike a balance between ongoing pandemic-related policy, i.e. more expansionary, with emerging, I can't read that, recessionary pressure that requires different set of policy? Professor Allen.
Well, I think at this point, adopting expansionary policy, I think, is not really because of dealing with the pandemic, but dealing with the potential recession. So I would say we should definitely, at this point, be shifting away from things that are related to the needs of the pandemic and to fighting a normal recession. That is, the objectives of fiscal policy in the coming years for most countries, or coming year or two for most countries, are going to be the problems more like the typical problems that countries face during as recessions occur. And as I said before, the countries that have more fiscal space are going to be much better situated in this situation. And so that's really the main constraint that other countries are going to face.
Mm-hmm. Now, just to add to that, as we've seen during the pandemic, a lot of countries actually breached their fiscal rule that they had adopted. That's due to the extraordinary conditions or situations that they're facing. Now, should fiscal rule now then be readjusted, especially to cope with the emerging challenges ahead?
This is where, you can try to write a fiscal rule that specifies all of the exceptions that are permitted. It's really difficult to do that because no one ever anticipates what the next crisis is going to look like. And that is why fiscal councils, I think, can be more helpful if they're strong and credible. Because you can have a fiscal rule that says you have to have a 3% of GDP deficit, except in extraordinary circumstances. It's very hard to specify what those might be. We could all agree that a worldwide pandemic of the scale of COVID-19 is an extraordinary circumstance. And so rather than try to write a rule that says, except when we have COVID-19, having a credible authority in the country that says, look, this is a case in which the fiscal rules should be relaxed for the next year or the next 18 months. I think it tends to work much better than trying to continually update the rule.
All right, thanks, Professor Allen. Moving on to the next question from the floor. Did the pandemic create more permanent effects on fiscal deficit in the long run than the previous crisis?
I don't think there's certainly a big increase in debt to GDP ratios, but actually, I think not. And one of the reasons it didn't was that even though the fiscal expansions were enormous during the crisis itself, in terms of a real crisis as opposed to just the ongoing effects of the pandemic, was short. And one of the things that made the cumulative effects on national debt so bad during the financial crisis was not simply how deep the crisis was, which was deep, but how long it lasted. It took many countries, including the United States, many years to recover to their levels of GDP that existed before. Whereas again, just looking at the US, we got back there pretty quickly. So I think in terms of long-run fiscal challenges, I don't think COVID-19 is worse. It's worse only in the sense that it is layered on top of the global financial crisis. So we started with lower debt to GDP ratios in 2008 than we did in 2020. And so the debt that we've added during the COVID experience is added on to the debt that was already accumulated during the financial crisis. So in that sense, things are worse now, but not worse because of COVID-19, but really worse because of the fact that it is the second of two major crises that we've experienced in recent years.
So more of a lesson that we had to learn, and I guess this is why we're here. This is why we have talks like this. There's so much to be learned amid the difference in each nations, but there's a common ground where we could take from this COVID-19 situation in facing probably the next crisis, wherever that may be. Moving on to the next question from the floor. Professor Allen, what is your opinion about trickle-down effect? Is it still relevant during the recovery period, or it'll just weigh down the budget and not popular? What would you say, Professor?
Well, I think there has been sort of an ebbing and flowing of the belief in, and by trickle-down effect, I think you mean focusing on economic incentives, lowering tax rates, especially on higher income individuals and businesses. I still think that that is a useful guide to the design of policy. For example, the experience of the previous government in the United Kingdom illustrates, one needs to give some thought to the policies one adopts. Policies need to be responsible in terms of the budget, as well as focusing on economic incentives. So I think the term trickle-down economics is usually used in a negative way, and certainly policies that are adopted without enough thought in that direction are not helpful in terms of the budget or in terms of economic performance. But at the same time, I think governments do need to worry about incentives, and whether that be incentives for individuals or incentives for businesses, I still think that matters.
In your presentation, I was interested to see how you also said that we see a different economic response. Simple term, but a very broad meaning, and I guess we need to know more about the different economic responses that we've seen throughout COVID. Now, if you would just probably elaborate a little bit more on there, and what is a short-term response, and what is here to stay?
You mean in terms of what individual governments are likely to be doing? You know, I think there have been some industrial changes. One of the things that many economists are trying to guess is the extent to which remote work, which I guess is what we're doing right now. It has certainly increased during the pandemic, and changing work arrangements. How much of that will be permanent? How much economic productivity is enhanced by it? How much of it is harmed by it? Is something that we're still learning. The disruption of supply chains internationally has led to companies in many countries thinking about modifying their supply chains, bringing more of the supply chains under tighter control, which again has its economic costs and benefits. And the role that governments can play in encouraging this is something that I think governments are thinking about. I think that this is a period about which we are still learning, and the lessons about specific policies as opposed to overall lessons about strengthening public health or having more fiscal space, I think are things that we're still learning about.
Okay, still more to see ahead, I guess, on that point. Do we have another question from the floor? Okay. The next question, how to align the development promoting digital financial inclusion and fiscal response in developing countries to attain post-pandemic sustainable development? How do we do that, Professor?
I think this really relates to the question of fiscal space and to the design of spending policies. That the role that government plays in promoting the development of a modern economy, that is, requires expenditure, and in the developing world, countries have smaller budgets, less fiscal space. So I think, using best practices in terms of the policies that governments adopt and having the fiscal space to pay for those policies, it's a very, very easy thing to say. It's not an easy thing to actually carry out. But I don't think there are any, at least there may be secrets known by those who specialize in this particular area of economic development, but I think that the general lessons that I suggested before is pretty much all that I can reiterate here.
But as you've also explained about that fiscal policy, so it's less and less a decision made by that nation itself, as much as it takes a global consensus, I guess, or at least those countries involved with that nation. Is that, how true is that? And we don't like hearing that, of course, knowing that we don't have all the control in our hands as a nation, but how can we increase that?
You know, I think if you look at countries, developing and emerging economies that are successful and growing, you know, it usually relates to a number of factors. Economic policies of economic reform to make the domestic economy more flexible and able to move to areas of greater productivity. Responsible governments and strong institutions that make government fiscal policy credible, independent monetary authorities where the countries have their own independent floating currencies. These are all standard lessons of economic development and, you know, are generalities that sometimes have to be, you know, applied with care in specific contexts at specific times, but I don't really have any you know, secret insights to offer here.
Just simple good governance, even that helps a lot, I guess.
Yes. Yes, and as I said, for example, I mean, there are innovations here. I really do think that the fiscal councils, which vary in their design among countries. So there's not a simple design that is necessary for every country to have. But I think the development of independent fiscal councils, I think, really is an aid in helping countries establish and maintain a credibility with respect to their fiscal actions. It gives them more flexibility.
All right, moving on. Next question from the floor. Indonesia recently increased the VAT rate from 10% to 11%. Will it have positive impact on fiscal space and sustainability in the longer run?
I think it depends a lot on how broad the base is. You know, the headline rate on the VAT is important, of course, and Indonesia is not alone. Many countries have been, as they've been moving away from taxes like corporate taxes, as well as older, more distortionary taxes, many countries have been increasing their VAT because the VAT is a relatively efficient, administrable way of raising revenue. But getting back to the point I was making before, one of the things that's important to maintain when having a tax like a VAT is a broad base and relatively low levels of relatively low thresholds, because that really increases the payoff from increasing the tax rate. You get much more revenue and less distortion of economic activity among industries and among businesses of different sizes by having a base that's broad in terms of commodities and also broad in terms of the share of taxpayers that are included in having to pay tax.
Now, I'd like your comment as well, if that was about the value-added tax. How about the targeting new taxpayers? How much of the government should target on that, and how can the effect be positive in both ways, not only increasing the target, but we know that also has an effect?
Now, when you say new taxpayers, I'm not sure whether you're referring to individuals or businesses.
Actually, both. Or if
okay.
if you'd prefer to dwell on each, because of course the government can focus on
each.
it.
Well, I think in the case of business, the main issue there is the issue of a threshold that, you know, taxing every very tiny business is not cost effective. There are many such businesses, and it's an administrative challenge for even the most efficient government to enforce such rules. And so a threshold should be set to allow the smallest businesses not necessarily to pay all taxes. But choosing that threshold and perhaps lowering it from its current level if the level is high is something that is worth consideration because it does, for companies that are relatively sophisticated and able to pay tax, it does make it possible for the government to raise more revenue. I think one of the things the government should think about at the same time is ways of streamlining the tax system. That is, taxes that are very complicated raise compliance costs and cost of administration because it's harder to enforce these complicated taxes. I mean, one of the arguments in favor of the VAT is it is a well worked out tax. It's practiced worldwide, and it's probably easier to enforce and administer than other taxes. And so you might, for example, if you if there's some necessity to impose a tax that's more complicated in addition, then maybe a higher threshold would be appropriate for a more complicated tax. And I think for individuals, the issue has to do with compliance and administrative costs, but it also has to do with issues of distributional equity. That making very, very poor people pay taxes probably doesn't make a lot of sense. And so trying to shield the poorest in society from additional burdens of supporting government may make sense. But again, there's going to be a threshold level at which it is fair to begin insisting that people pay taxes. And again, looking for ways to make individual taxes simpler and so compliance easier, I think would be helpful. Some ways of doing that would be to have taxes remitted by employers or rather than by individuals. That is, for example, having taxes withheld from wages rather than having individuals have to pay taxes directly. Making taxes based on very simple calculations. These are all things that can make more sense to include more people in the tax system.
All right, thanks, Professor Allen. Do we have questions from the floor? Do we still have questions? Or is that all the time we have? Okay, it's 12. So a lot of good points that we got from you here, Professor Allen, about how we could, well, I'm going to just echo the Indonesian G20 motto about how we could recover together, recover stronger. And I guess that is exactly what we have to do here. We don't want to fall in the same hole again. And then we know it's a bumpy road ahead. At least in the short term, we could already see that. But we now know from the points that you've shared with us about what a nation should do, especially an emerging and developing nation, to prepare for those bumpy roads ahead. And the policy will really determine on how ready we are, our preparedness, and how ready our people would be to face those. Thanks so much, Professor Allen Auerbach. Let's give a round of applause to our keynote lecturer today. Thank you once again, Professor Allen, for joining us today all the way from California with your insightful findings and thoughts on our topic. If you would just probably want to share a closing statement with us here today, Professor Allen.
I just wanted to say again how much I appreciated the opportunity to talk to this group and to apologize once again for not being able to be there in person. And I think it'll be a very interesting period ahead of us in terms of developing policies. And I think if we just maintain open minds about what policies work best and try to have as much cooperation as possible internationally, I think we will look back on this as a very difficult period, but also a period during which we learned a lot. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So give another round of applause to Professor Allen Auerbach. Thank you very much, Professor Allen, for joining us today, all the way from California. And we wish you well in the future. We'll see you again, hopefully, in Bali next time. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Professor Allen Auerbach. I'm sure that he wants to be in Bali as well, but hopefully we'll see him again in our next chance. There's always the AIFED, the 12th AIFED 2023. Now, before we continue with the sessions today, first I'd like to thank everyone involved interactively in the Q&A session. Thank you very much for your questions, and hopefully that answered all the questions that we have here. Now, we invite you, before we continue to the other sessions today, for a lunch break. We will have a lunch break provided at the Grain and Pound restaurant located at the lower lobby level. If you would just head to the lobby, you go one stair down, and it will be on your left. So it's just one floor down from the lobby. And we will have more insightful sessions starting at 1:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you once again. I'm Timothy Marbun, and we'll see you later. Thank you.
4, oh 5. Ah, ini ghost snack 5 nih, 5. 4 dan hah? Ngomong-ngomong dah. Ngomong. Ini 5 kan? Ya, 4. Next 4.
Cek. Ya, 4.
Oh, feedback. Ngomong.
Coba ulang lagi, Mas. Ya. Cek. Oh, ini kayak kurang dekat deh. Cek, mic 3, cek. Ya.
2. Cek 2, ghost snack 2, cek. Oke.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Wirelessnya yang standby di sini 2, 3, 4, 5.
Samain aja Om ya. Mau. Urutinnya sama aja ya.
Apa?
Kan 5 sono nih. Wireless sama mic delegate ini sama.
Cek. Aman ya? Hah?
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are about to start the session. Please enter the ballroom. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, now we are about to start the session. Please enter the ballroom. Thank you.
Betapa mengerikan, betapa menyakitkan. Namun, pandemi COVID-19 tidak separah masalah yang segera mengancam bumi dan manusia, yaitu perubahan iklim.
Climate change itu adalah global disaster yang magnitude-nya akan sama seperti pandemi COVID. Climate change adalah global threat atau ancaman global yang nyata.
Climate change will cause far more deaths. If we achieve getting to zero, it'll be the most amazing thing humanity has ever done. The pandemic will come to an end. Compared to climate change, that's very, very easy. We've never made a transition like we're talking about doing in the next 30 years.
Menurut Bank Dunia, Indonesia masuk ke dalam sepertiga jajaran negara paling terdampak perubahan iklim. NASA melaporkan meningkatnya permukaan air laut menjadi ancaman serius bagi negara-negara kepulauan seperti Indonesia, bahkan memprediksi bahwa Jakarta akan tenggelam. Dari sisi kesehatan, perubahan iklim juga berdampak buruk dengan timbulnya berbagai macam penyakit akibat kelembapan udara pada musim kemarau yang berkepanjangan. Selain itu, apabila suhu bumi terus meningkat, ancaman kebakaran semak dan hutan yang mengakibatkan infeksi saluran pernapasan manusia menjadi sulit dihindarkan. Perubahan iklim merupakan masalah bersama yang membutuhkan komitmen dan kerjasama seluruh dunia. Untuk itu, pemerintah Indonesia mengambil peran aktif di tingkat internasional yang salah satunya ditunjukkan dengan bergabungnya Menteri Keuangan Indonesia dalam Koalisi Menteri Keuangan Dunia untuk Aksi Perubahan Iklim. Pada periode tahun 2021 hingga 2023, Indonesia terpilih untuk memimpin koalisi bersama Finlandia sebagai co-chairs. Koalisi tersebut didasari oleh 6 prinsip Helsinki yang mempromosikan aksi iklim nasional terutama melalui kebijakan fiskal dan pemanfaatan dana publik. Tujuan utama koalisi adalah mengakselerasi pencapaian target Perjanjian Paris khususnya dari aspek pembiayaan perubahan iklim. Perjanjian Paris yang merupakan perluasan komitmen dari Protokol Kyoto adalah perjanjian dalam Konvensi Kerangka Kerja Perubahan Iklim Perserikatan Bangsa-Bangsa mengenai mitigasi emisi gas rumah kaca, adaptasi, dan keuangan yang disepakati pada tahun 2015. Setiap negara dapat secara sukarela melakukan submisi dokumen Nationally Determined Contribution kepada UNFCCC sebagai bentuk komitmen untuk mengurangi emisi nasional dan beradaptasi dengan dampak perubahan iklim. Dalam dokumen NDC, Indonesia berkomitmen mengurangi emisi gas rumah kaca sebesar 29% dengan pembiayaan domestik dan 41% dengan dukungan internasional. Untuk memenuhi target NDC, pemerintah Indonesia mengeluarkan kebijakan pendanaan yang mendukung Dalam 5 tahun terakhir, pemerintah mengalokasikan APBN untuk perubahan iklim rata-rata sebesar 4,1% per tahun atau setara dengan 34% dari total kebutuhan pembiayaan perubahan iklim. Pemerintah juga berupaya mengembangkan berbagai instrumen pembiayaan iklim di luar sumber APBN, misalnya dengan mengembangkan program blended finance dan pool of fund, skema pembiayaan inovatif Green Sukuk, mengakses sumber dana iklim internasional, dan yang terbaru adalah pengembangan pasar karbon nasional. Perdagangan karbon adalah salah satu mekanisme pembiayaan iklim yang membebankan biaya kerusakan lingkungan kepada pelaku pencemaran lingkungan. Indonesia dapat memanfaatkan skema perdagangan karbon dunia sebagai optimalisasi kebijakan pembiayaan perubahan iklim nasional. Pada tahun 2015, nilai perdagangan karbon global yang dapat dimanfaatkan Indonesia tercatat mencapai 50 miliar US dollar. Indonesia memiliki nilai ekonomi karbon yang sangat potensial. Menurut FAO, luas tutupan hutan daratan Indonesia yang mencapai 94,1 juta hektar menempati urutan ke-8 terbesar di dunia. Selain itu, Indonesia memiliki lahan gambut terbesar kedua di dunia, di mana lahan gambut memiliki kapasitas serapan karbon terbesar dibanding ekosistem lainnya. Sementara itu, mangrove atau hutan bakau menyimpan stok karbon kedua terbesar setelah lahan gambut dan menyimpan karbon 3 hingga 4 kali lebih banyak dibanding hutan tropis. Menurut penelitian KLHK, Indonesia juga menyimpan 17% cadangan blue carbon dunia. Mangrove Indonesia menyimpan 3,14 miliar ton karbon atau sepertiga dari seluruh karbon yang tersimpan dalam ekosistem pesisir di seluruh dunia. Sedangkan luas padang lamun di Indonesia mencapai 3 juta hektar. Menurut WWF, padang lamun dapat menyerap karbon 35 kali lebih cepat dari hutan hujan tropis. Pemerintah senantiasa meningkatkan kolaborasi dengan berbagai pemangku kepentingan agar tujuan penurunan emisi dan pembangunan berkelanjutan tercapai. Dukungan dan kontribusi yang dapat kita lakukan tentunya sangat beragam. Bisa dari hal yang paling sederhana seperti menghemat konsumsi energi, menjaga kelestarian lingkungan, menjadi agen perubahan di media sosial agar masyarakat lebih peka terhadap isu perubahan iklim, mengembangkan inovasi ramah lingkungan, dan berkontribusi melalui investasi Green Sukuk. Bumi kita hanya satu, mari kita jaga dan selamatkan dari kerusakan. Mulai dari hal yang kecil. Kalau bukan kita, siapa lagi? Kalau bukan sekarang, kapan lagi?
With its vast tropical rainforests, high carbon stock values, and abundant energy and mineral resources, Indonesia plays a key role in tackling climate change issues and limiting the global temperature increase well below 2 degrees Celsius. Under its Nationally Determined Contribution, or NDC, Indonesia has a strong commitment to reduce emissions by 29% through the business-as-usual scenario and 41% with international support by 2030. And to extend this commitment, the country is planning to progress towards a net sink by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner. To achieve these targets, resource mobilization is crucial in supporting climate mitigation and adaptation actions. In its NDC roadmap, Indonesia estimated a financing need of about $322.9 billion for the implementation of mitigation actions, excluding the cost of adaptation actions and creating enabling environments. The government of Indonesia invites public and private entities to work together to achieve global climate ambition through Indonesia's climate actions. The government encourages private investment that can support ambition towards low carbon development and increase resilience from climate change impacts. Therefore, a well-established policies and enabling environment are key to invite private sector participation. The government of Indonesia has taken significant steps in providing favorable policies and regulatory framework for private sectors through various fiscal incentives to enhance low-carbon development. The enactment of Omnibus Law simplifies bureaucracy while still putting forward the environmental aspect through a risk-based business license, an approach that determines permits issuance based on a scale of relevant potential hazards. To nourish the financial institutions ecosystem, the Financial Service Authority has issued regulations on sustainable financing, which encouraged banks to invest in green projects. To date, the national financial institutions have issued $669 million in green bonds and $9.45 billion of loans to green projects and businesses. Lastly, to incentivize stakeholders' contribution to the NDC achievement and limit their carbon emissions, several regulations on carbon pricing instrument have been enacted. The regulation will enable the development of domestic carbon market, which can be participated by all kinds of entities. Indonesia also has proven track record and high credibility among investors. The country has been leading in terms of green bond issuance and has reached $2.7 billion in 2019, accounting of 39% of total ASEAN issuance, making it the largest source of green bond issuance among ASEAN countries. A public-private partnership through SDG Indonesia One platform has also been established to provide blended financing for infrastructure projects that aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. As of March 2021, the platform has received commitment of $3.25 billion from 33 partners worldwide. The platform possesses various de-risking facilities and has greatly supported green projects by both public and private entities. Even with the growing investments, the country still has gaps in achieving its target in all the NDC sectors, which require the support of various partners and stakeholders. As the fourth largest population in the world, Indonesia's apparent market holds enormous potential for investors. Directing investments towards green projects in countries like Indonesia is a way forward to build the pathway to low carbon and climate resilient economy, while supporting the global's climate target achievement.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enter the ballroom. We are now about to start the first session. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please enter the ballroom. We are now about to start the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 11 AIFED, Post-Pandemic Economic Policy, coping with uncertainties and seizing new growth opportunities. Now we are entering the first session, navigating the recovery through uncertainty. We wish you a fruitful discussion.
Is that the clicker? That's it. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the first session of AIFED, which theme is navigating through uncertainty. We have three distinguished speakers today. The first is Pa Lars Moller, Manager at the Macroeconomic Trade and Investment Global Practice, East Asia and Pacific of the World Bank. Second is Pa Dino Jalal, former Deputy Foreign Minister of Foreign Affairs in Indonesia and Chairman of the Foreign Policy Community Indonesia. And third is Pa Luke Hong from the ASEAN +3 Macroeconomic Research Office in Singapore, where he is the lead economist. Let's proceed. Let's head straight to it. Lars, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by thanking Mrs. Pa Sausil Nasara, the Vice Minister, Pa Fabricio Casaribu, the Chairman of the Fiscal Policy Agency, Pa Rahman, the Director of Center of Macroeconomic Policy, and the organizers for inviting me to this event. It's an honor to be part of it. So I'll do a short presentation of about 15 minutes. This slide summarizes what I want to say. And basically, I'm going to address 4 questions. The first one is, what are the growth prospects for the global economy? The simple answer is that global growth continues to weaken amid high inflation, volatility in the financial and commodity markets, tightening policy, and recurrent supply disruptions. Second, what are the growth prospects for the East Asia region? By contrast to global growth, growth in the East Asia and Pacific region is expected to pick up next year. But this acceleration is almost entirely due to a projected partial rebound in China. Growth in the rest of the region, excluding China, is expecting to slow as pent-up demand dissipates and declining goods export growth outweighs recovery in tourism and travel. I'm going to talk a lot about the main risks, and there are many of them. And they include financial stress, persistent inflation, unanticipated synchronous monetary policy tightening, supply disruptions, energy and food insecurity amid geopolitical tensions, natural disasters, and climate change, among many others. And finally, what's the role of fiscal policy to ensure a smooth recovery from the shock and transition to a more sustainable and inclusive growth model? In a nutshell, in the short term, it's to ensure a smooth recovery, and in the long term to strengthen growth prospects. During the recovery, it's essential to protect the vulnerable through targeted support and to keep a tight fiscal stance to help fight inflation. In the medium to long term, it's essential to invest and reform to boost potential growth and to transition to a more inclusive and sustainable growth model. Let's go into detail with these, looking at the first question. And let's examine the global context. So in these 3 graphs, what we're showing is that commodity markets have been experiencing continued volatility. Global inflation has climbed to multi-decade highs, reflecting the rapid increase in commodity prices earlier in the year, along with other supply and demand shocks. And thirdly, global financing conditions have significantly tightened. Looking at global growth, it's slightly better than expected. The data outturns for Q3 have been followed by a continued worsening of leading indicators. The global composite PMI contracted further in October, with both the manufacturing and services PMI declining to their lowest levels since mid-2020. And also the PMI new export orders index for services and manufacturing fell deeper into contraction in October, slipping into the lowest level for services since January 2020 and the second lowest level for manufacturing since February 2021. Consumer and business sentiment has also eroded in recent months amid tightening financial conditions, disruption to energy supplies, and high inflation. According to the World Bank's latest assumptions, and I should warn you that these keep on changing and will change in the future as well, but according to the latest assumptions we have, these are the numbers. After a sharp deceleration to an estimated 2.7% in 2022, global growth is projected to slow further to below 2% in 2023, weighed down by high inflation, the withdrawal of fiscal policy support, and substantial synchronous monetary policy tightening. The consequences of Russia's invasion of Ukraine continue to reverberate throughout the global economy. Russia and Ukraine are expected to experience pronounced output contractions, while neighboring countries and the euro area are being hard hit by spillovers. The world's three major engines of growth, the United States, the euro area, and China, are all expected to experience a protracted period of weakness. Subdued conditions in these economies are having negative spillovers for emerging markets and developing economies already struggling with high inflation and softening domestic activity. So let's now focus on developments and outlook for the region, including China. After a strong rebound in 2021, growth in the East Asia and Pacific region slowed markedly in 2022 to an estimated 3.5%. The slowdown was almost entirely due to China, which accounts for around 85% of the region's GDP, reflecting recurrent COVID outbreaks and real estate sector stress. By contrast, we're estimating that growth in the region, excluding China, more than doubled in 2022 and surpassed 5% compared to a subdued 2.6% in 2021. Growth was supported by a release of pent-up demand as many countries continue to lift pandemic-related mobility restrictions and travel bans. Consumer price inflation increased across the region in 2022, but may have peaked owing to lower food and energy prices and tighter monetary policy in many countries. After a strong rebound last year, goods export growth has slowed rapidly in response to a sharp decline in global demand. Let's look at the region. Thanks to the strong rebound discussed in the previous slide, output surpassed pre-pandemic levels last year in all major economies in the region. But the recovery from the pandemic-induced output contractions has remained uneven. Going forward, we project that growth in the EAP region will firm, but remain below 5% in 2023. This will be driven by a recovery in China, where a gradual easing of pandemic-related restrictions allows activity to pick up. In the region excluding China, growth is projected to moderate to 4.7% in 2023 and 2024, as pent-up demand dissipates and declining goods export growth outweigh belated recovery in tourism and travel. Growth in the region excluding China may slow too quickly to allow output to return to its pre-pandemic trend. Let's look at the third question. The situation in the world remains very fluid, and there's an unusually high uncertainty around the forecasts, and the risks to the outlook are tilted to the downside. The downside risks are many. Although the origin of risks may differ, most of them would ultimately affect countries through real trade, financial, and confidence channels. In this slide, I tried to group multiple risks into 3 buckets. First, risk related to abrupt tightening of financing conditions, which may originate from unanticipated synchronous monetary policy tightening amid persistent inflation. Second, a spike in geopolitical tensions, which could heighten global policy uncertainty and lead to lasting fragmentation of global financial trade and investment networks. And third, risks related to extreme weather conditions, natural disasters, and climate change. The materialization of any of these risks could degrade fundamental drivers of growth, which were already weakening over the past decade, weighing heavily on long-run growth prospects and increasing inequality and poverty. In this slide, I would like to focus on the risk related to a possible abrupt tightening in financing conditions. Despite the current slowdown in global growth, inflation has risen to multi-decade highs in many countries. To stem risks from persistent high inflation and in a context of limited fiscal space, many countries are tightening monetary policy. As a result, the global economy is in the midst of one of the most internationally synchronous episodes of monetary policy tightening in the past 5 decades. These policy actions are necessary to contain inflationary pressures, but their mutually compounding effects could produce larger impact than intended, both in tightening financial conditions and in steeping the growth slowdown. Here are some global growth scenarios for 2023 and 2024. Given the persistent high inflation observed globally, the degree of monetary policy tightening currently expected may not be enough to push inflation down to pre-pandemic levels over the next 2 years. There is a possibility of an abrupt and more significant than expected increase in policy rates, which would trigger sharp repricing of risk in global financial markets. Such abrupt tightening of global financing conditions could result in global recession in 2023, a contraction in global, which is defined as a contraction in global per capita GDP with large permanent output losses relative to the pre-pandemic trend. This would have severe consequences for long-term growth projections, both for emerging markets that were already hit hard by the pandemic-induced economic contraction of 2020. And then looking at the last question about the role of fiscal policy. During times of high uncertainty, policymakers need to utilize the full menu of demand and supply side measures available to get ahead of inflation and reduce the likelihood of a sharper decline in growth. On the demand side, monetary policy must be employed consistently to restore price stability in a timely manner. Fiscal policy needs to prioritize medium-term debt sustainability while providing targeted support to vulnerable groups. Financial system exposures to exchange rate and rollover risks need to be carefully monitored, with policymakers ready to take preemptive action if necessary, and macroprudential frameworks should be strengthened to guard against financial stress. Policymakers need to stand ready to manage the potential spillovers from globally synchronous withdrawal of policies supporting growth. Although these demand-side policies are helpful in managing near-term demand pressures, policy measures to confront supply constraints affecting energy markets, labor markets, and international trade are also needed. They offer the added benefit of improving the productivity of long-term growth prospects. These supply-side measures are particularly important in the current context since the pandemic has exacerbated the downward trend in potential growth. Looking at the fiscal side, a bit more detail, fiscal deficit and government debt. The pandemic has caused a big surge in global debt, and it was broad-based across government and private sectors, across regions and countries, and across domestic and external debt. The recent jump comes on the heels of decades of rising debt. With fiscal deficits that are still above pre-pandemic averages, debt levels are set to remain elevated, and many economies are vulnerable to rising borrowing costs, especially those with already high debt servicing costs and sizable external foreign currency denominated debt. Governments thus face increasingly difficult trade-offs in supporting vulnerable households, facilitating economic recovery, and starting showing up fiscal sustainability when policy buffers are largely exhausted after 2 years of pandemic. The role of fiscal policy. What's the role of fiscal policy to ensure smooth recovery from the shock and transition to a more sustainable and inclusive growth model? Faced by the difficult trade-offs discussed in the previous slide, the government should prioritize protecting vulnerable groups through targeted support while keeping a tight fiscal stance to help reduce inflation. In a nutshell, policymakers would need to focus on the following objectives. Number 1, protect the vulnerable through targeted support. Number 2, keep a tight fiscal stance to help fight inflation. Number 3, invest and reform to boost potential growth and facilitate transition to a more resilient, equitable, and sustainable growth model. It's also essential that governments gradually shift fiscal policy for an inclusive green economy. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, I'll finish my presentation, but just to put the slide again with the main messages of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pa Lars Moller. And now we will hear from Pa Dino Jalal about geopolitical tensions, economic uncertainty, and international cooperation. The floor is yours, Pa.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll just sit here. I'm very comfortable on my seat, and I want to say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let's do one more time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right, good. I'm Dino Pati Jalal. I'm full-blood Indonesian from Minang, West Sumatra, but I'm born in a country that no longer exists. Does anyone want to raise hand? Which country that is? Okay, go ahead. Can you speak louder? Serbia. Okay. Well, it was called Yugoslavia actually. Now it's called Serbia. Yes. My father was a diplomat there, and so I was born there in 1965. All right. And you get a ticket to New York. Yeah. First class for answering that question. Yeah. And the organizer will happily pay for this. So thank you, Henry. Yeah. Thank you. All right, so I've been asked to talk about the geopolitical side of navigating the risks through uncertainty time. But I want to say, I think most of us got the last 3 years wrong. Yeah, in the sense that in 2019, everyone came up with beautiful or smart prognosis about what would happen in 2020. And no one really predicted that a virus with a strange name would halve the world economy and would really affect our way of life, right? I think very, very few people predicted COVID, right? But, businesses thought, hey, we can deal with COVID. Let's just plan things ahead. There will be vaccines, and then things will go back to normal, right? But in 2021, when things were just getting better, did anyone predict that there would be a war in Europe, right? Few did, very, very few. And in fact, Russia's invasion of Ukraine became the geopolitical event that affected the world economy severely. Right? So we got two things wrong, right? Or at least we did not see them coming. We did not see the wrecking train coming to us. The COVID-19 in 2020 and the Russia's invasion of Ukraine in early 2022, right? If you ask me what's going to be in 2023, to be honest, I don't know. I think these things come as a surprise, really, right? And, there can be a lot of guesses, right? But what is important to understand is that we are living now in a very different world. Yeah. We're living in a divided and dangerous world. I repeat, we're living in a divided and dangerous world. And we saw this here in Bali during the G20, right? G20 has been around for so many years, right? But since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, G20 has never been the same again. Yeah, has never been the same again. Alhamdulillah, there was a joint communique issued by the G20 at the summit level, but all of the ministerial meetings before that failed to produce a declaration, right? Not because of Indonesia's fault, just because the contention, the division within the G20 was very strong, that they were not able to produce a joint communique, right? And yes, the Bali declaration did produce, happily, alhamdulillah, a joint communique in the end, but guess what? That division within the G20 remains. So now India is the chairman, and it's going to be India's headache, but still our headache because in the tripartite mechanism, we're still part of the G20 leadership, right? And we're still going to see that same contention and division within the G20 in the coming years, right? This division is not going to go away soon, right? So I'm saying even if there was peace in Ukraine tomorrow, even if there's peace in Ukraine tomorrow and Russia enters into a deal, political peace deal, that division between the West and Russia will be there for some time because the trust is gone, right? That trust is gone. And for the West, yeah, European countries, G7, they will have this mindset that Russia is the bad guy, yeah? And that division and contention and rivalry and confrontation will be there, even if there was peace in Ukraine tomorrow, which is not going to happen, obviously, right? I think the war in Ukraine will take some time to evolve. There's no end in sight at the moment. And I think we're stuck with this situation. And I do think, if you ask me, what is the biggest geopolitical event that may be a risk next year, I would say it's a situation whereby the scenario of the Ukraine war goes out of control, right? What does that mean? I know there was talk about using tactical nuclear weapons, right? The Russian President Putin had hinted at it, playing words with it, saying that it's not a total impossibility, but alhamdulillah, President Putin has clarified that he's not going to do that, right? But again, I would never say the chance is zero that there will be no use of tactical nuclear weapons, to the extent that President Biden and President Xi Jinping actually mentioned that, yeah, in their meeting, right? And that's not the only threat. There's also the threat of the use of chemical or biological weapons, right? There's also the possibility that nuclear factories can be bombed, right? Causing radiological fallout and so on, right? So there's a risk that Ukraine war will get worse. And keep in mind, until now, we don't know what is the strategic intention of Russia, right? What does that mean? I asked this to a lot of people. I don't get a straight answer. Does Russia want to just punish Ukraine? Or does Russia intend to strategically occupy Ukraine? If it's punish Ukraine just because Ukraine, they think, want to join NATO, then you go in there and do some damage and you end, right? That's a punitive military action, right? We've seen that done by many countries, right? But if the intention is, no, we don't want just to punish Ukraine, we want to actually seize and conquer Ukraine, that's totally a different story, right? And we are looking at a very long trouble because there's no way Ukrainians will allow that country to be occupied by a foreign power. The fighting, yeah, will be very fierce to deny Russia that outcome, right? So in my view, I think the Russia-Ukraine war will be one of the biggest risks in 2023, and we still don't know how it's going to unfold. What is interesting, in my view, is the evolution of US-China and West-China relations, right? I remember when I went to Washington, D.C. 2 years ago, I talked to some friends, this is in early 2022, and I asked, look, with the Russia's war in Ukraine, is Russia now the #1 adversary? Surprisingly, most of my American friends said, no, it's still China, right? But there's a war in Europe, right? There's an actual battle going on, right? No, but it's still China, right? And this is said by both Republicans and Democrats in Washington, D.C., right? So I've always thought, okay, this is not logical, I would have thought that when you have two adversaries and one is fighting a real war in Europe, you would somehow lean towards China more, right? This is what Richard Nixon did, right, in the 70s when he did that great geopolitical rebalancing, right? Moving from Republic of China to People's Republic of China in terms of diplomatic relations, right? That's what we're seeing now, in my view, Slowly, right, if you look at Biden-Xi Jinping meeting, right, and if you look at the visit of Chancellor Olaf to China recently and some other events, I think you are seeing slowly, right, that there's a softer approach towards China in a way that makes US-China relations more predictable, right? On a more, not positive, but on a better path forward, right? And this has been said in so many words by the White House and also by the Beijing side, that after the Biden-Xi Jinping meeting, the both sides have more understanding of one another's position, right? So I think we hope that West-China relations and US-China relations will improve in 2023. I think the Taiwan issue is also more manageable after the Biden-Xi Jinping meeting. I mean, the worst case scenario, if China invades Taiwan, right? But President Biden seems to be assured that that's not going to happen. And in the case that Taiwan declares independence, which is a remote possibility, a very remote possibility, things can get a lot worse, obviously, right? But in my view, now there is more predictability on the Taiwan issue. The red line is still there. China has made it clear to the U.S. that Taiwan issue is an issue where China regards as a core issue that will define their relations with the United States. So in my view, Taiwan, there's a better prospect for 2023. And South China Sea also, I think with Indonesia's chairmanship, there's a lot of expectation on the South China Sea Code of Conduct being finalized and resolved in 2023, right? So in the South China Sea, there's a lot of competing claims, and they have come up with the Declaration of Code of Conduct. And for the last several years, they've been negotiating a code of conduct, which means things have to be more practical and more on paper, what to do and what not to do for the claimant parties, in the South China Sea. It's been postponed and delayed, this negotiation, and if they arrive at an agreement on a code of conduct, I think the political and strategic situation in South China Sea will be somewhat improved, yeah? And we expect to see this during Indonesia's chairmanship, so sometime during 2023, right? Another issue is Myanmar, right? Myanmar is really one of the key issues for ASEAN now, because the world is looking at ASEAN and seeing if ASEAN can help resolve the political crisis in Myanmar, right? But the problem is the 5-point consensus that ASEAN has is not being fully implemented or fully respected by the military junta in Myanmar. And the special envoy of ASEAN has been having trouble doing their job, yeah? So the military junta is not allowing the special envoy of Myanmar to meet with the NUG officials, for example, right? And so on and so on. So the junta in Myanmar plans to have an election next year, probably in the first half of 2023, but that election will be boycotted, most likely by the opposition. And if you have an election that is not participated by the relevant parties, it's not going to be a credible elections. And whatever government is formed, it's not going to be a credible government. And at the moment, the violence is quite prevalent in Myanmar. The fighting is still very, prevalent also in Myanmar. The economy is shrinking dramatically, and the crisis could get worse. But unlike the Ukraine war, the crisis in Myanmar will be somewhat contained, and it will not, in my view, affect regional the regional picture in any significant way. Yeah. So, but we do hope that Indonesia, as chairman of ASEAN, will be able to move the needle with regard to the Myanmar crisis. Let me just end by saying that, in my view, I think Indonesia is in a strategic sweet spot now, right? What do I mean by it? Look, we see a lot of rivalries now, yeah? US-China, India-China, China-Japan, Korea-China, Russia-Japan. You draw lines across the major powers, you are likely to see some conflictual relationship, right? It's not a good picture, but what we need to understand is Indonesia is not part of any of these rivalries, and Indonesia is not the target of any of these rivalries. And in fact, all these countries, Russia, China, US, Japan, am I missing somebody? Europe, they all want to have good relations with Indonesia, right? We've been independent for so many years, right? This is, in my view, the first time we are in that strategic sweet spot, right? Where we have so much tension, so much division around us, so much confrontation, but we are not victimized directly by these strategic developments. So very important for Indonesians to understand this, right? Because, sometimes we feel, oh, we're the victim, we're the target. No, we're not, right? We're not, right? In fact, being in that strategic sweet spot position allows us to have a lot of maneuvering role in international affairs. Like I've been told, for example, BRICS is interested for Indonesia to join, right? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, right? BRICS, we know about BRICS, right? They've been asking, would Indonesia like to join BRICS, right? Indonesia is also a member of a middle power grouping called MICTA, Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, Australia, and so on and so on. And don't forget, we have a strategic partnership with all the major powers. Yeah, we have a strategic partnership with the United States, with China, with India, with Russia. which we keep even after the war with Japan and with some other countries, right? So I will end there saying that despite the fact that we live in a divided and dangerous world, and of course that is a systemic concern for Indonesia, but Indonesia does enjoy the rare experience of living in a strategic sweet spot where the direct threat is much less to us, but we have a lot more space to maneuver in terms of our foreign policy. And in fact, there's quite a few opportunities that lie await for Indonesia. Yeah, thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much for that cogent analysis, Pa Dino. And now we'll hear from Pa Luke with a further discussion of uncertainties facing ASEAN and fiscal policy response options.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luke Hong from ASEAN Plus 3 Macroeconomic Research Office. First, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to this interesting forum and also giving me a chance to share my view with excellent guests. My presentation has two parts. In the first part, I will go over the risk factors that basically set the scene for the policy authorities to make important decision making at this stage. And then in the second part, based on some of the risk factors that I go over in the first part, what are the key policy challenges, and then some policy options that authorities can think about. Let me start with this. Let me move. Let me start with this regional risk map. AMRO, as a regional financial macro financial surveillance unit, keep track of the risk factors that this region facing. This regional risk map is updated quarterly, and we present the key risk factors, which means that not the complete risk, but some of the key risks that we need to pay attention to more closely in three dimensions. The first one is the time dimension, when the risk is highly more materialized in a short-term, medium-term, or long-term, or perennial risk on the x-axis, and the probability or likelihood that this risk materialize on the x-axis. It may be highly likely, medium likely, or it is not very likely as a tail risk, but still we need to keep an eye on those factors. And the last dimension is the expected magnitude of economic impact in terms of the color coding. So the red one, we expect a large economic impact. The orange one, medium, and the yellow, we cannot see the yellow one here at this point, but that's something that we think the low risk. As I said, this one is updated quarterly, and then the vintage that I'm showing here is the October vintage, and then the new one will come out in January next year. Although this is about 2 months old, most of the items are still valid with a little bit of adjustment in terms of the assessment of the probability as well as magnitude and so on. So for example, like the energy crisis, monetary policy tightening, and the slowdown in the US and Europe, and all these things are some of the relevant risk factors that we need to consider in setting up the policy at this point. One thing before I'm moving on, what I will do is to go over these risk factors a little bit more detail to set the stage for my later discussion on the policy considerations. But before that, one thing that I'd like to highlight is that compare this October vintage to the July vintage and then April vintage. One clear thing is that we see higher downside risk as time goes by during this year. So compared to the first half of this year, we see that higher risk, downside risk in the second half, and possibly next year as well. Let me start with the COVID. Again, COVID. We've been talking about COVID for the last 2.5 years, or 3 years almost. So it's been almost 3 years since the start of the COVID. And despite the huge relevance of the vaccination and then high vaccination rate in this region, still we are not fully confident to comfortably rule out the possibility or the risk from the another virulent variant of the COVID-19, which may lead to the strict containment which is very detrimental to the economic recovery. So that's one of the tail risks that we've been keep an eye on. And then the left-hand side shows that the number of new daily cases has been rising recently, coming from the short relief after July, August spike. It is mainly driven by Japan and Korea, but we recently see that increasing numbers in China as well. But unfortunately, possibly due to the high vaccination rate, the number of deaths and then number of serious cases remain relatively low. And that's possibly the reason that most of the countries in this region are able to transit their policy from the pandemic to the endemic. And this policy transition is reflected in the upward trend in the activities that you can see on the right-hand side. In particular, the ASEAN countries, the ASEAN 5 on gray line, and then CNV, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam on a little bit of pinkish one. Even if their activities recovery delayed a little bit, but they show very strong, persistent recovery, and they have already exceeded the level of the pre-pandemic, which is a good sign. And despite the repeated the outbreak in Korea and Japan, possibly due to their strong public health system, the dent in their activity remained relatively modest. So they were able to maintain the good economic recovery, which is basically the good sign for the regional recovery. The next good news is about the external sector, which is one of the good, strong growth driver in this region. So as you can see on the left-hand side, the export volume, the growth remains quite robust, except the beginning of the pandemic. So it was supported by the many factors, the good containment in this region and the large policy support in this region. But if we look ahead, the prospect is not that good. In addition to the downturn in the global electronic cycle, but the probability of the recession in the major export destinations, the United States and Europe, has been rising quite rapidly. So if you take a look at the right-hand side, according to Bloomberg, the probability of the recession within 1 year or 1.5 years in the United States and then Europe is reaching up to like the 80% or 90% at this point. So it's a bad sign. And then if we look at the PMI reading in recent months, like October, the demand for the major export item of this region, like automobile parts, electronics, and machineries, all these things show the clear decelerating sign of the export growth. So that's some of the worrying signs that we see. Another thing is China. China is a big player in this region. And then it has been increasingly integrated into the economic system in this region, so that economic performance of the China have very strong, is very crucial for the economic growth outlook in this region. As you all know, China's economic recovery was significantly constrained by these strict containment measures in response to sporadic COVID outbreaks across the country. These containment measures basically weaken the economic activities, shrink the profit of the businesses, depress investment, hiring, and all these things, and which were further weighed down by weak property sectors. So property sector slowdown was one of the big concerns in the Chinese market. Despite the series of the policy support, we see that as you can see from the left-hand side, the new start of the construction as well as the land sales continue to decline from the middle of last year, and it remained contractionary. And then this one is reflected in the right-hand side investment in private real estate sector. The good part, though, is the investment in the manufacturing sector held up pretty well, and thanks to the government effort to prop up the economy, the investment in the infrastructure has been rising, partly offset the decline in the private investment in the real estate sector. So the concern is on the prospect of the economic recovery in the China sector. The next one is the monetary policy. I should say this one is a risk, and at the same time, the constraint for the fiscal policy that we will discuss later. So central bank in this region has been tightening the monetary policy stance in response to fast rising inflation, as well as to support the weakening their local currency against the US dollar. If you take a look at the left-hand side, this one shows the policy rates across the region. What you can see is that at least in this region, the speed of tightening is more measured and gradual compared to the United States and Europe, in possibly reflecting the domestic condition, like more need for the support, as well as you can see on the right-hand side, still the inflation is lower than the other regions. But that's not exactly what we need to interpret as it is, because it may take a little bit more to peak the inflation because of the full pass-through of the inflation into the domestic prices. And this one has continued to increase after even peaking the global fuel price and then commodity price as well. So this inflation becomes one of the big constraints for the monetary policy side, which will become the overarching constraint in the policy decision-making in the policy mix. So now let's move on to the fiscal side. What you can see here is the debt to GDP ratio in this region. If we go back to the beginning of the pandemic, you probably remember the global catchphrase in the policy advice. Whatever it takes was the catchphrase at the time. So regardless of your situation, this one is a life or death problem. So need your resources to provide the support. And that led to the substantial increase in debt to GDP ratio. Despite the COVID pandemic was a new type of crisis, like a health crisis, unlike the global financial crisis or Asian financial crisis, we already have the recipe for the stimulus package. 3 T's: timely, targeted, temporary. So it was timely because most of the countries were able to bring up their stimulus package directly after their new first cases, and then declaration of the pandemic after WTO declared that one. And it was also targeted as a little bit obscure because the magnitude of impact was so large that they basically target a huge number of people and the businesses. Temporariness is something that is quite funny because as discussed at the beginning of the pandemic, nobody expected that this crisis will last more than 2 years, and then the need for the support will last more than 2 years. Therefore, we start from the very big stimulus package. According to one of the paper, for the first 6 months of the pandemic, the size of the stimulus announced was almost 80% of the total stimulus size for 3 years during the pandemic. And then we started with the big package, and then you cannot remove or reduce the stimulus package afterward, 1 year after. So that led to huge increase in the debt to GDP ratio, and that becomes the basis for the concern on the fiscal sustainability. Not only the level of the the debt to GDP ratio, the outlook and the macroeconomic situation that we understand, which affect the debt dynamics, seems not favorable either. So FX rate, the depreciation of the local currency, especially in the countries where the foreign currency debt is constitute a sizable proportion, has immediate inflating effect. So not only the immediate inflating effect from this depreciation of local currency, but also it has an implication on the higher debt service burden in terms of the local currency going forward. Another part is the interest rate. So as we have seen on the monetary policy side, policy tightening lead to the higher financing cost. Of course, it will be gradual because the part of the debt that are subject to the higher interest rate will be those part that will mature this year, as well as the new financing part. But as time goes by, bigger proportion of the debt will need to pay higher interest rate, and that will basically squeeze out the amount of resources that fiscal policy authorities can spend on other priorities. So combining these two, the higher debt to GDP ratio, as well as the prospect for higher debt service burden, countries are considering the fiscal consolidation, to shifting from the expansionary fiscal policy to shifting the way that they are considering in coming years. The left-hand side shows the fiscal balance of our member economies. We can see two things. The first one is that the huge increase in the fiscal deficit with the start of the pandemic. So that is related to the large stimulus package. The second one is the gradual decrease of this large fiscal deficit in coming years. So unlike the sudden increase, despite the pressing need from the fiscal situation, the speed of the consolidation seems quite gradual. And it is also understandable considering the large uncertainties that we just discussed. Fiscal authorities, constrained by the monetary policy tightening, they have no other tools to handle the large uncertainty they need to address. And another interesting fact that I will discuss later together is the composition of this consolidation. Unlike our previous experience of the consolidation after the global financial crisis and then after the Asian financial crisis, their plan relied more on the revenue collection measures than the expenditure measures. And that creates another room for the policy consideration going forward. So I would like to call, at this point, the fiscal policy authorities have to think about the large fiscal, the reshuffling of the resources. And then I would like to call it fiscal adjustment because actually that fiscal decision-making contains a lot more than fiscal consolidation. As you have seen, the fiscal stimulus at the beginning was so large, and then they have to set aside some of the priorities on the shelf to address some of the issues that is upcoming at the start of the pandemic. And now, with the pandemic moved to the endemic, now we have to think about the ways to restore or normalizing our fiscal management and resource allocation. But it's not that straightforward because unlike the usual crisis, now it has passed like 2 or 3 years. The priorities that we set aside for the temporary the parking now may not be relevant anymore, may not be important anymore compared to the other priorities. And also there are emerging priorities that appeared during the pandemic. So they need to consider all these new priorities and then set the reshuffling of the resources under the general guidelines of the fiscal consolidation in the medium term. It seems like my time is very tight, so let me quickly go over the remaining 3 or 4 slides. So if we put this one into another aspect, it is for fiscal authorities, it's making the tricky or very skillful balance between two, at the aggregate level at least, is conflicting. So need to save fiscal, while at the same time there is a greater need for spending on some part. How to balance these two things is very tricky issue. And then one part actually can be a binding condition to the other. And then which one is more binding can be country specific. So we need a clear reassessment of a lot of the government priorities to decide how to reallocate the released fiscal resources on the different the priorities. So that's some of the big challenges that fiscal authorities need to tackle in coming years. At least in this region, the situation is quite favorable. At the beginning of the pandemic, actually the fiscal position was relatively strong compared to the other region, which means that the size of the consolidation in the medium term might be smaller than the other regions. So the burden of the consolidation might be smaller. And of course, that relatively good fiscal position enabled larger fiscal stimulus announcement at the beginning. And that helped, not only that one, also the good containment results helped to better economic performance during the pandemic, which again helped the faster rebound in the revenue collection in this year and probably in coming years. So, for example, like Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam all enjoyed the double-digit revenue collection in this year, which will create the room for the faster consolidation going forward. And withdrawal of the pandemic, corresponding to the large stimulus package, that will release relatively large amount of resources that need to be reallocated. And that reallocation should consider the medium-term consolidation target. And in addition to this tricky balance things, is there anything else that we need to consider? So, of course, we are always facing these two conflicting priorities. All authorities need to make a good balance. But we can do a little bit more than just try to maintain a good balance. Let's look at the rebuilding part. There are ways to make better the fiscal buffer rebuilding, not only in terms of the measures, not only the the revenue side measures, expenditure side measures, in addition to increasing efficiency. We need to think carefully about the different priorities. And then we also need to address the uncertainties that we are facing, which hold the fiscal authorities to move more clearly to the consolidation. We need to set a medium-term target which will provide the clear guidance, even if we temporarily move away from the consolidation path due to unexpected realization of the risk factors. And also this medium-term plan will set the clear priority directions on the spending priorities as well. And why do we need to rebuild fiscal buffer? Basically, this is a reserve money that can be used for another shock. And we need to think about how we can better use of this one. Of course, the fiscal reforms and other things, and those some of the problems that we realize during the pandemic are something that we need to consider how we improve our system to make a better bang for a given buck. So that's some of the things that we need to think about in rebuilding the fiscal buffer more effectively and more efficiently. The last part is providing the adequate support. Why do we need to provide adequate support? It is because of the external shocks that we are preparing. Then we need to think about not only providing the appropriate adequate support, but also to strengthen the economic system so that the size of the need for the support can be minimized. And also combine the existing or ad hoc support measures together with the existing supporting system. So the priorities, the policy environment change over time. And then the system needs to be aligned to the changing environment. So how we can make better use of how can adjust the system so that the given resources can be better addressed this support is something that we can think of while we are maintaining the balance between these two seemingly conflicting the priorities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Luke. Now we turn to the question and answer portion of the panel, and we strongly encourage the audience to please submit your questions via Slido, but I understand to the organizers, and we will also be taking questions from the floor if you have any. Let me start the ball rolling. Lars, you've given a comprehensive view of the uncertainties and challenges facing the global economy, the regional economy, and Indonesia. Fortunately, COVID has waned, is waning, or at least the dangers are less. But economic uncertainties have increased. What policy framework would you suggest that the region and Indonesia adopt to cope with these risks? You've already outlined those, but maybe you would like to expand on them.
Yes, thank you, Henry. So the overarching goal of economic policy is to get economies out of low growth and high inflation into the next decade of green and inclusive and sustainable growth. So that's where we want to go. So in terms of frameworks and thinking about, we've already discussed a lot in fiscal policy. So I'll start with monetary policy. So we should stay the course to restore price stability. And it's very important that we have proactive monetary tightening to avoid that we de-anchor inflation expectations. And also with tightening financial conditions, it's important that the macroprudential policies are on guard and watch systemic risks. And then again, fiscal policy, it's important to protect the vulnerable population through targeted support and also provide timely assistance should new unanticipated shocks arrive. The overall fiscal stance should be prudent, and some governments should also work on improving their debt resolution frameworks to address growing government debt distress caused by lower growth and higher borrowing costs. And then I think we haven't discussed much and we can discuss later, but I think there's an important structural reform agenda because higher growth will help a lot. And we need to improve productivity. We need to improve the investment climate, and this will ease supply constraints and also support monetary policy in fighting inflation. And finally, we also need to encourage policies to encourage a green transition.
Thank you, Pa Lars. In your presentation, you noted that geopolitical uncertainty and challenges have also arisen, and Pa Dino also discussed those. Pa Dino, given these increase in geopolitical uncertainties, you've noted that Indonesia is sort of a sweet spot, but I would also put it as being in the middle of the shoals. How how should it navigate these shoals?
Well, Indonesians would know the concept of bebas active foreign policy, which is independent and active foreign policy. Basically, it is called non-alignment. Yeah? And in my view, in these circumstances, non-alignment would gain new and more important currency, right? But I'm not talking about non-aligned movement, right? That's a different thing. That's a movement, a gathering of so many countries that was created in 1961. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, India, and many other countries, even Saudi Arabia. I was just there last week, that wants to adopt a more autonomous position in international affairs, right? Yes, there are pulls from China, from the US, from Russia, to a lesser extent, and so on. But the more pulls they experience, the more these countries want to protect their strategic autonomy. And I think that's where Indonesia should be. And we demonstrated the value of this during the G20. Yeah? Because during the G20, the foreign minister was asked, what is the secret of Indonesia's success in being able to deliver the joint communique at the end, when everybody else said that this is not going to happen, right? And she gave very important answers. She said that everybody trusts us, right? And the reason why everybody trusts us is that we maintain our communication and our relationship with all the major powers. And with regard to ASEAN also, we're going to be the chairman, we are the chairman of ASEAN now, and there's something called ASEAN centrality, right? And obviously that means no matter how ASEAN is being pulled in different directions, and no matter how US and China and other major powers compete in our region, we still want ASEAN to be the driver of regional affairs in Southeast Asia, right? Unlike what happened in the 70s or 60s, where we were subjects and we had so many things going on, the Vietnam War, so many things where we were just spectators, right? And we did not call the shots regionally, right? But now we have a totally different regional environment, and to maintain ASEAN centrality, in my view, is a important expression of non-alignment regionally, and an important expression of the kind of cooperation that we've always been calling for the region and for the world. And keep in mind that the space of cooperation now is just very, very difficult, right? Because of that divided world. During the G20, they don't even want to shake hands, right? They don't even want to take pictures, right? There's no G20 pictures where all the leaders pose together as in the past, right? So it's really a different environment and a more difficult environment to promote cooperation. Yeah.
Thank you, Pa Dino. Pa Luke, in your presentation, you noted that there is a tricky balance between policy normalization or rebuilding the buffers and providing adequate support, which Pa Lars's presentation also shares to a large extent. How would you see Indonesia right now in terms of that balance?
Oh, that's a very tricky one because I'm not looking at the Indonesia in particular.
What considerations do you think we should look at in order to judge any country in the region?
As you said, this one is, as I said, the situation is, the decision making is quite country specific and also sector specific as well. So even Indonesia still need the part that they need support. And there are some right move, like as the Vice Minister said, there is a right move to increase the revenue through the VAT rate increase. And also there is another reform of the the oil subsidy change. So this one is the right move for the consolidation. And then at the same time, Indonesia has a problem of the poverty that maybe that has deteriorated during the pandemic, and how to address that one together with that is something that they need to consider. Of course, the strengthening the institution, for example, like how to identify those who need further support, is something that they need to focus more while they are moving away from the oil subsidy issues, because oil subsidy reform is not only just the fiscal consideration, but it is also the right reform in the context of the climate change movements as well. So as we all know, this policy making is a solving the multi-dimensional the maximization problem. So which one is more binding is quite tricky and based on the understanding. And as emphasized in this morning, for the informed decision making, the proper data set to support the right decision making is very important, which is part of the institutional capacity building. So that's some of the processes all should go together in moving to this direction.
Thank you, Pa Luke. Please hold that thought on climate change, because I'll also ask a question about that to all three panelists. Geopolitical tensions have also affected trade relations. Well, as Pa Lars has noted, export growth has fallen. Part of it is because of slowing of growth in the advanced economies. But there are also, protectionist sentiments rising. But at the same time, perhaps new opportunities for Indonesia in terms of relocation. Would you care to expand on those, Pa Lars, about changes in the trade environment and their implications for Indonesia?
Yeah, I can certainly tackle that. So I think to give some data first, global trade and investment lost momentum in the second half of 2022 and is expected to remain subdued in 2023 as multiple shocks weigh on the global economy. Growth of global merchandise trade volumes is expected to slow from 3.5% in 2022 to 1% in 2023. And trade and investment will be weighed down with several related shocks, including the war in Ukraine, high energy prices, inflation, and monetary tightening. And there are multiple risks to the forecast. Recession risks could further weigh on imports. An escalation of the war could also undermine business and consumer confidence and destabilize the global economy. And then to your question, I mean, the decoupling of major economies from global supply chains is also a significant risk to the global trade outlook. This will exacerbate supply shortages in the near term and reduce productivity over the longer term. The tensions we're now seeing in the international trading system have been building over the decades, and there's a legitimate concern that not all countries are playing by the rule book of the multilateral system, and that there are high levels of state support and protection in key sectors. And so in a sense, protectionism is on the rise. And at the World Bank, we believe that effective multilateral cooperation is really critical to prevent future and further fragmentation of the global trade system.
But, international cooperation, which Pa Lars just mentioned, and you've referred to Indonesia's role in that. Would you care to discuss more about the process of strengthening cooperation in the region? And given Indonesia's pivotal role, what can it do, including to help ease these protectionist pressures?
Yeah, well, at the G20 summit in Bali, again, despite the difficulties, we were able to strike around 360 projects. Multilaterally, I think about 220 multilateral projects plus about, 24 I forget the numbers. But anyways, comprising multilateral and bilateral projects, yeah? That's quite a striking number, right? 360 projects. On some, for example, there was a pandemic fund, 1.5 billion. We were able to get US and China to contribute in it, right? I think it's quite a very important achievement for that to happen, right? So there is scope, a great deal of scope for cooperation. The appetite is great, right? I think Indonesia should really push hard for international cooperation to expand, because to be honest, my worry, Henry, is this. I mean, 3 years ago or 4 years ago, if we talk about international politics, SDG was at the center of it, right? Sustainable Development Goals, right? Or climate cooperation and poverty, inequity, right? It's boring, to be honest, but I love it because it means the world is going in the right direction, right? But now we have a situation whereby many countries raising their defense budget to 2% of GDP, right? I mean, this amounts to hundreds of billions of dollars that, in my view, could have been used more productively to fight poverty and other issues, right? So that's what worries me, and also want to follow up on the political risks, yeah? So right now, Indonesia is, in my view, going in the right direction in terms of its climate commitment. So we have a net zero target, right? 2060, right? And we have increased our NDC to 29% domestically and 41% internationally with international means. But the question is, what happens if we have elections in 2024, right? Look, Donald Trump pulled out of the Paris Paris Climate Treaty, right? Which means in many countries, you have fluctuating interests on these big issues, right? I want to ask the audience now, for example, right? I want to ask you, raise your hand. How many of you would vote for a president based on climate concern? How many? Only one? You see what I mean? One guy, right? My biggest fear is in Indonesia 2024, all the presidential candidates think that's not going to get me votes if I campaign on climate basis. In Europe, if you want to be a leader, most likely you have to campaign on that basis. Who has shown climate responsibility? But my fear is if none of presidential candidates see this as a political asset, the commitment may fluctuate in terms of reaching net zero target by mid-century. And it's not just Indonesia, right? You see this in Mexico as well, right? You saw this in Brazil with Bolsonaro, right? Who had just been replaced by Lula and so on. So I think there is political risk that we need to consider in terms of sustainability ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Dino. We encourage questions from the audience, and please submit them via Slido or raise your hands, and the organizers will bring the microphone. Global tensions have led to an increase in commodity prices. I think this can apply to all the panelists. What is the proper worldwide response in terms of cooperation and policy to address the increase in commodity prices? Who would like to start off? Lars, I think you've discussed with a few. Luke?
Well, I'll just say quickly that, look, I know, I said we're getting some plus and minuses from the commodity prices, right? I mean, coal has been doing very, very well, right? The coal families are earning billions of dollars, right? And palm oil also, right? The prices have been going up. But again, we have to understand that this is not going to last for a long time. I think sooner or later, I think sooner the prices are coming down, and it's already doing that, right? I think what we need to worry about most is oil price, because our national budget assumption of oil, I think it's around $60 if I'm not mistaken, and we can't afford a situation whereby oil price is about $100 hovering there, because I think kasihan Ibu Sri Mulyani, you know, the fiscal pressures will be way too hard for Indonesia, and if you have that, and we have a lot of infrastructure projects, and we need funds to move the capital to the new place, Nusantara, and we have a lot of social development issues, including health infrastructure. That's really going to be a bad news scenario if the oil price remains very high for us, especially because in Indonesia's position, our oil production keeps declining and declining, right? So I think we need to prepare for the worst case scenario while we keep undertaking prudent policies. Yeah.
Thank you. Lars, if I may bring up trade again, GVCs, you and your colleagues have done work on this, as the Asian Development Bank. Indonesia has sort of not really plugged into GVCs. What do you see as developments in this area and Indonesia's participation?
Yeah, I think on global value chains, what I would say is that they will be reshaped in the decade ahead. COVID-19 and Russia's invasion of Ukraine have taught firms a critical lesson, which is that supply chains need not to be just efficient and cost-effective, they also need to be resilient. And global value chains will be shaped by mega trends such as digitalization, technological advancement, and economic nationalism, and decarbonization. So, let me just see. So I think that the global trade and investment landscape will be, shaped by all these factors. And so it effectively amounts to a paradigm shift away from efficiency and towards more resilience and reliance on partners and companies that can provide the supplies at the time you need it, when you need it, and that are resilient to shocks effectively.
Thank you, Lars. But look, another fiscal challenge is climate change. In your presentation, you see it as being more on the long term, but there's also a need, I guess, to start preparing now. What
Can you get closer to the mic?
Oh, sorry.
It's a bit hard to.
In your presentation, you noted that the risks from climate change are long-term in nature, but it may be good to start preparing now. Could you discuss the fiscal policy implications of that, especially for Indonesia?
This climate change issue is increasingly important in regional surveillance, and then it is reflected in various ways. The fiscal side implication is a little bit more tricky because of the size of the impact. Size of the cost implication, depending on the plans of the individual countries in terms of the mitigation and then adaptation. Depending on the efforts, how much the fiscal cost will change is varying quite a lot. The way that we incorporate at the first step is more on the financial surveillance side, because as you can see, financial institutions have the balance sheet where the climate change vulnerability have an implication on the risk of their financial sector balance sheets. And that's one of the first areas that we more systematically reflect the climate change risk in the surveillance, using some methodologies that resembling the traditional the stress testing. So with the assessment of the climate change risk, how those risks under the different scenarios can affect the balance sheet of the financial sector, and then what is that implication on the whole, the stability of the financial sector. So that's one of the key first step or key milestones that incorporate the climate sector change, the climate change risk into the surveillance. On the fiscal side, we are approaching a few different ways. Of course, we encourage a lot for our member economies to adapt more to the the climate change issue in various ways. Try to incorporate the net zero priorities into their medium and long-term plan, so that appropriate the resource allocation can be done more properly in the annual setup. So some of our member economies are subject to severe climate change issue and also the risk of the transition, especially some of the countries highly rely on the fuel, the oil and gas industry. So they urgently need to change their economic structure as well as their fiscal structure to adapt these changes. But as you understand, this one is a little bit long-term issue. Despite the growing international pressure, it is still hard to get the political momentum inside. So that's some of the challenges that they have, and we constantly remind them by giving the policy advice to incorporate those growing challenges and then bring that to the front and then communicate to the public so that they increase their awareness about the urgency of this move.
Please, Pak Dino.
Oh, sorry, because in front of me there's a lot of Ministry of Finance people. I hope you understand how important your role is given the latest development. Indonesia just got $20 billion, right, for the Just Energy Transition Fund, yeah, 20 billion. South Africa got 8.5 billion. Right? So we got a lot more than South Africa, right? And what is important is this. South Africa, 8.5 billion, wasn't a sure shot. They were having problems implementing that project, yeah? Implementing that money into projects. You know, there was a lot of back and forth between donor and South Africa, right? Donor wants this, South African government says, no, we don't want that, and so on. There's a lot of back and forth, right? So it's been slow in the implementation. So I just want the finance ministry to, to appreciate that it's not going to be easy handling and managing this fund based on the South Africa experience. So that's one, right? But it is enormously important politically because the UN has said that the current projections, we are overshooting, we are underperforming the world to reach the 1.5 degree world, right? And in fact, it's been said that we are on life support system. We're not gonna get that achieved unless something drastic happens globally to reduce emissions. And Indonesia has been saying, look, we can do this if we get international funding, right? If we can reduce by 40-something% of our emission if we get international funding. And now that funding is there, right? If Indonesia can prove that, look, you gave us 20 billion and we manage it, and we took out coal from our energy system, replaced it with renewables, and it's a happy story because Indonesia met its commitment. Can you imagine the psychological and political impact on the COP, on the climate negotiation and the climate diplomacy around the world, right? So I really beg our friends in the government, this is really a tremendous opportunity. And you can be we can be a shining example to climate transformations around the world if we can make this happen and make it work and show the world that it can happen and it can work. Yeah.
Thank you, Pa. As Pa Luki and Pa Ramesh pointed out this morning, Indonesia has actually been a forerunner with the ETM and with the passing of the carbon tax. Which brings me to this question from Slido. Which Southeast Asian country has the potential to become a post-pandemic superstar? I understand from the organizers that there was going to be a question on Slido, so maybe we should ask this of the audience, and I can sort of guess which country will win. No, the organizers? No, this is not a Slido question. Okay. Well, let me rephrase it. What policies, what features do you think are essential for a Southeast Asian economy to become the next superstar? Lars.
Okay, so it's a very good question. It's also a loaded question, so let's try and rephrase it a little bit. I think, first of all, East Asia is a region that's growing incredibly fast. It has a high potential growth rate. It was growing fast before COVID-19. It's growing fast after COVID-19. And so it's really the region that is driving global growth, and a region that other regions look up to, including Latin America, for instance. When I worked in Latin America, we were always comparing ourselves with East Asia. So we're already in a very high-performing region. Within the region, we're not really in the business of forecasting the next superstar, but I think we know what some of the good ingredients are to become a superstar. And I think it starts with two things. One, stable macroeconomic policies, and two, structural reforms. And the couple of countries that come to mind for me is really Indonesia and also the Philippines. So in Indonesia, macro policy has been very stable. The government did a tremendous job in managing the COVID-19 response, anchoring its credibility in reaching a 3% target of the fiscal deficit by 2023, and overall has managed the economy incredibly well. Inflation remains low, growth is moderated at 5%. But what it also did was to implement several structural reforms. I think the Vice Minister listed them. I want to particularly emphasize the reforms on opening up foreign direct investment, which will boost long-term growth. We estimate that it would boost long-term growth by 0.2%, which is quite a lot for just one reform. So that was a major effort. So Indonesia is certainly surprisingly, because it's a difficult context to reform, but it's reforming quite a lot, both on the fiscal side and on the structural policy side. The other Southeast Asian country that comes to mind is the Philippines. Again, the macroeconomic management has been quite strong, and I think since most of the audience is from Indonesia, you should try and have a look at what they're doing in the Philippines. So already under the previous administration, they were reforming the price of rice. So there was liberalization of rice prices. There were reforms to open the retail sector to foreign direct investors. The current administrations are looking to renewables, where at the moment there's a cap for foreign direct investment, which they are looking to remove. They also have, both the previous and the current administration have looked at opening up different services sectors, telecom, amongst others, to foreign direct investment. So basically, the Philippines is a country where you should keep an eye and look at what they're doing and continue also reforming in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a sec. Luke, any thoughts on the next Asian economic superstar?
So this one?
What it would take, yes.
Okay. From my point of view, all countries have are stars in their own ways, and they have another potential to become a star in another ways as well. So, for example, like because different countries have different strengths in different ways. For example, even during the pandemic, where the economy was slumping, and then the rate of return on the investment was slowing, even Vietnam has been receiving a large increase in the FDI. And then they were successful in hosting these things despite all their waves and then lockdowns and so on. Indonesia, as we just mentioned, they were able to attract a large funding for the climate change. So in its way, they have, Indonesia is a star in that way. Malaysia on its own way, and so on. So it's a matter of where to focus on, and then where to shine. It's a matter of decision making, and then moving forward in that direction, the right direction, which together with the reforms that support that one is very important to become a star.
we are running out of time. So I'd like to ask the panelists to give some last words on, in one sentence, how should Indonesia cope with next year's headwinds? Pak Luke, and then let's move this way.
Okay, as I presented, it will be quite challenging, but this is a good time to review what is on the table and then design very carefully the resource allocation for the direction that each country want to move forward. So that's the daunting job that the fiscal authorities are facing right now.
Dino, in one sentence, what would you
Okay,
suggest?
just very quickly, you know, I used to be in government, and for governments, ASEAN is big, right? It's just the number one thing in our mind. But I think the public in all ASEAN countries need to wake up to ASEAN, right? If you ask anyone, what do you know about ASEAN Economic Community? I think 1% know about it. That's too ambitious. 0.001% would know what ASEAN Economic Community is, right? There are very few companies of Indonesia, for example, in Myanmar, in Cambodia, in Vietnam, in Laos, and so on, right? And vice versa, right? ASEAN people simply do not know one another and are not awakened to ASEAN. In Jakarta, 15 million people, there's only one billboard that presents ASEAN, that says something about ASEAN. ASEAN belongs to ours and so on. So I think the key is, look, we are the chairman of ASEAN. At the government level, we understand that totally, but the public, right, needs to wake up to ASEAN. And until this happens, ASEAN is not going to reach its full potential.
Thank you, Pak Dino. Pak Lars?
Yeah, thank you. So I would, if I had to catch it in one phrase, is don't forget the structural reform agenda. So Indonesia is still leading on that in the region and should continue. It's doing a tremendous job on the macroeconomic management front, but it's important to continue deepening the tax reforms that the country already implemented, even as the political window of opportunity narrows, and even if it's going to be difficult. I think it's important to continue remembering that Indonesia probably collects too little revenue compared to the huge needs of the economy, and they should broaden the base further. And then on the structural reform side, for the real economy, in addition to the great reforms that have been implemented on the investment side, I would say complement those with reforms also on the trade side. In particular, it's important to remember that to boost exports, companies often rely on imported inputs. And if there are import restrictions, in particular in form of non-tariff barriers, inputs become expensive for firms. And in order for them to become competitive, you need to lower the barriers of trade. So continue the structural reform agenda. And by the way, while I have the floor, next week the World Bank will be launching its Indonesia Economic Prospects, and we will continue to discuss trade and investment in that session. Thank you.
Thank you, Pa Lars. Before we wrap up, it is now the audience's turn to give advice in one sentence. So the poll is, how should fiscal policy be directed in the short term? Is it short? And you have two choices: fiscal austerity to prepare for future crisis, or more fiscal expansion to strengthen the current recovery. You can submit your answer via Slido. While you do that, thank you very much to our three distinguished panelists for this interesting conversation. I hope that the audience has gotten insights from this. I certainly have. And we are looking forward to your other insights that you can share with us. Thank you. I think we have to do a photo session.
Gentlemen, please kindly to remain on the stage for photos. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 11 AIFED Post-Pandemic Economic Policy, Coping with Uncertainties and Seizing New Growth Opportunities. Now we are entering the second session, Augmenting the New Source of Growth. Enjoy the discussion.
A very good afternoon to all of us. Thank you so much for still being so excited to stay until the end of the day. I know it's always saved the best for last. Indeed, for today, we have a very distinguished speaker. Our first speaker is Dr. Hiranya Mukhopadhyay, Chief of the Governments of ADB. He did PhD at Jawaharlal Nehru in economics. And he is also one of the very famous experts on digital revolutions.
No.
Please welcome with us today, Dr. Mukhopadhyay. Our second speaker, my best friends, my advisors in writing, advisors for most of Indonesian scholars. No need for introductions for him. He is now serving as advisors to the UN in Millennium Development Goals. Joining us today, Professor Wing Tewu. Please. The third speaker, he is now a senior executive vice president of IFG. I can proudly introduce him as one of the best Indonesian macroeconomists in our generations. Joining us today, Bapak Reza Siregar. Thank you so much. Without any further ado, let us invite the first speaker, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, please.
Hello. Okay. No, just go to the first slide. Oh, okay, fine. For going up, okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a wonderful opportunity for me to be here, and right from the morning, very stimulating discussions, important papers, and I really enjoyed to be here. But before that, a very frank and very honest confession. I am not a digital expert. My IT skill is horrible. My daughter has much better IT skill than me. So I'm not an IT expert. But nevertheless, so this is the paper which my presentation is part of a paper which we are currently working on. It's an ongoing paper, and we are trying to highlight some important issues, challenges, and then problems in this. You can see from the title of the paper, and it is very self-explanatory what is the issue here, growth at a time of digital revolution. What we are basically trying to say in this paper, that many developing countries currently facing a very difficult challenges to get the maximum benefit out of the digital revolutions. What are these challenges? What are these challenges? And then we are going to discuss those challenges. We are going to propose some recommendations. And finally, we are going to say what we are doing at ADB. ADB is also fully aware of these challenges, and ADB has taken many steps, many important decisions. So finally, I'll end my presentation with what we are doing at ADB. Before I get into my presentation, it is my duty to acknowledge various papers, and because our research, our presentation draws on those papers and blogs, data sources, and unfortunately, I have missed one very important paper when we say listed the papers under ADB, which I was reading last week, but I don't know how did I miss that paper. It is basically Innovate Indonesia, Unlocking Growth Potentials. Of the very important paper, which ADB, our Southeast Asia Regional Department, DG is also present here, helped Ministry of Finance to develop this paper. Beautiful, it's a book, quite a heavy paper. Two papers are very important here in this my presentation, which one is book, is by Brookings, is Growth in a Time of Change. So you can see that I have borrowed this title, my presentation title from this book, and then ILO, of course, provided many important data sources. You will see very soon, many important data sources. ADB Key Indicators for Asia and Pacific provided many important data sources. And this is the other paper, which is Spurring Growth and Closing Gaps Through Digitalization in a Post-COVID World from OECD. Very important paper. I really enjoyed this paper, reading this paper. Then there are important blogs from World Bank. There are important blogs from ADB. So this is an ongoing work. So we have taken important inputs, data, charts, graphs from these papers. Okay. Now you can see this that many countries in the Asia region are everywhere that they are struggling to get generate growth and create jobs from the traditional technology. They are struggling. And this digital revolution, as you can see, the digital revolution has completely revolutionized this production space, manufacturing space. It is not, if I say not revolutionized, but it is bringing out important paradigm shifts, and many jobs are lost, many new jobs are created. So important fundamental changes are taking place every day because of this digital revolution. And remember, this process was fast-tracked. This process was fast-tracked during COVID-19 pandemic, during 2021. In today's inaugural video, you all saw, I really liked it, and that how this manager or owner of the Bali souvenir shop, he decided to sell his product through online. He said he decided that if I sit idle in my shop, I will not be able to sell my products. So that is what I'm saying. And you all know, I don't have to say that, this COVID pandemic has really fast-tracked these digital revolutions across the globe. So as I said in the beginning, but at the same time, this digital revolution is providing new opportunities, creating new jobs, but it is also posing many difficult challenges to our policymakers. And then I am going to discuss those challenges and how to bypass or how to address those challenges. However, there is one important challenge we should not forget, that while we're talking about growth, employment opportunity, everything, we cannot forget that while promoting or facilitating digital revolution, we cannot forget inclusivity. Ensuring inclusivity of growth is extremely important. You can see those charts that everywhere, if not everywhere, in most of the countries, the Gini coefficient of inequality is rising. Remember, I still don't have, and there is another chart here from the World Bank paper for India. You can see from 1993, 2011, it jumped. It's slightly moderated in 2019, but it is still much higher than 1993. Remember, we do not have the data for 21, 20, 22. If we can use those data, this situation will be far, far, far worse, the Gini coefficient. So this is a very important challenge you have to always remember. And if we cannot ensure that, there will be social unrest, political turmoil. We have seen many such episodes which are happening over the last 1 year, 6 months. In the today's morning newspaper, today's morning news, I come across one more episode. So, because you have to really build your constituency for reform. If you cannot build your constituencies for your reform, you cannot succeed in implementing those reforms, important reforms. So let me summarize that while promoting all the policies, fiscal policy, monetary policies, financial inclusion, digital revolution, you have to ensure at each and every point, I have to ensure inclusivity of growth. Okay, now let me go back to this. While we are discussing, just let me finish this chart, my first presentation. While discussing these challenges, all these challenges, there are 3 important sources of growth: productivity, capital, labor. While discussing these challenges, I'll contextualize all these challenges in these 3 groups: productivity, capital, and labor. Now, productivity. You can see that over time, if you see from 2002 to 2008, this beautiful chart is from the OECD paper, which I already referred. That the gap between this is the total factor productivity, or you can call it multi-factor productivity. The gap between the frontier firms and then the other firms is increasing. So that there are some firms which are getting maximum benefit out of this improved technologies, digital revolution. Some firms are not. So what are the reasons? There are 2 reasons, basically, that you can see I have highlighted these 2 reasons: less competitive market structure, and very important, complementarity with intangible assets. What do you mean by intangible assets? Intangible assets are the human capital, software, ICT-related skills. And as you all know, I don't have to say that these skills, these assets are very difficult and costly to acquire. So complementarity with the intangible assets and the lack of competition in the market structure are primarily the 2 reasons for this widening gap between productivity gap between the frontier firms and the other firms, or the laggard firms, what you can call it. If you want to know that how these productivities have been developed, who are the global frontier 5%, who are the laggard firms, so because time will not permit, so you can go back and read that OECD. They have nicely explained how did they arrive at these 2 productivity trends. Now, that was productivity. As I said, that all my entire presentation's challenges are summarized in the context of 3 important sources of growth: productivity, labor, and capital. So now I finished productivity. Now I move on to the labor. Here, again, very important things you can see. And as you can see that there is a clear shift during the recent years from low to middle-level skills to high-level technical skills. So that caused very acute shortages of skills, and that actually restricted wider diffusion of the new technologies. And also remember, as I said in the beginning, that the many countries are facing difficulties to generate growth through traditional technologies. So there are lack of job opportunities for the low or moderately skilled workers. So you can see in figure 3, unemployment rate for youth in Asia and Pacific from the ILO database. It is the unemployment rate is increasing. If you just look at the blue bar, so that it is increasing. It is increasing, and from 2012 to 2018, 2018 to 2019, 2019 to 2020, and 2021, more or less same, but it's slightly increasing. At the same time, there is a very important data set, very important chart, which I again got it from OECD. There are wage inequalities. There are wage inequalities within the firm, across firms. So unemployment rate is increasing because of the low or moderately skilled workers. They cannot find jobs. The unemployment rate is increasing. At the same time, there are wage inequalities within the firm, across firm. The net result is basically what we saw in the first chart, that the Gini coefficient of inequality is rising. As I said, If I have the data for 2021, 21, or 22, or 20, the Gini coefficient is my guess, but it is my very informed guess that Gini coefficient must have increased further in India, in almost all Asian countries. The reasons are that unemployment rate is rising for the youth. The ILO defined between 18 and 25 years, and the wage inequalities. Now, so I discussed productivity, I discussed labor, now I'll discuss capital. Again, here a very, very disturbing trend. So, just a second. Let me go back to this. So, when in the productivity slide, so this is the challenge number 1, harnessing digitalization for broad-based increase in productivity. That is our challenge number 1. Now, when I discuss labor, we do have another challenge. This is our second challenge, managing labor market to deal with technology-driven paradigm shift, which I have discussed already. That is our challenge number 2. Now I move on to the capital market. In the capital market, you also see there is a disturbing trend that private fixed investment, private gross capital formation is declining. So there are many reasons. This is not an empirical regression analysis that I can say these are the reasons, but that the literature suggests that that decline in the productivity and difficulties of finding intangible assets are the main reasons for declining gross capital formation, private gross capital formations. That I cannot sell my product. Even if I am to introduce my new technologies, I cannot find skilled manpower. I cannot find adequate IT instruments or something like that. So, and then my productivity is declining. I am a laggard firm. I am not a frontier firm. So these are providing kind of disincentives for investing more. Of course, you can see that this productivity paradox and this investment paradox are mutually reinforcing. But because of the low productivity, I don't want to invest. Because of low investment, my productivity is low. So we have another challenge. There is challenge number 3, reviving appetite for private investments. So I just highlighted 3 challenges: how we improve, how we can promote, improve diffusion of the new technologies, how we can manage labor market better so that low-skilled workers get adequate jobs, and there are disparities in the wage is reduced, and in these slides we are providing another challenge that we have to revive the appetite for investment. Now, so basically these are our challenges. So we have some recommendations in this slide. Several areas. So if you ask me that I have listed many challenges, but to me, the most important challenge is to basically to provide training to the workers, for upskilling and reskilling. Unless you do that, it will be very difficult to facilitate wider diffusion of new technologies, and so that gap between the frontier firms and the laggard firms are shrinking. So the most important challenge is basically to provide adequate training to the workers for reskilling, upskilling. The next challenge, there are many other important challenges. The three most important challenges I'm going to highlight, that you have to ensure a level playing field. You cannot just sit quietly and see that Amazon or Walmart comes and destroys completely the retail traders in some country. So you have to provide a level playing field. You have to look at your competition policy. You have to revive. You have to implement your antitrust policies so that there is a level playing field with the very big players, Amazon, Walmart, and the local players. I talked about skills development. Then another very important area which is also related to the last point, innovation ecosystems, that you have to really have a financial systems financial institutions which are, which are inclusive. And I'm so happy, I have not read that document which the Honorable Deputy Finance Minister today morning talking about the Indonesian government now working on this financial inclusion. So financial inclusion is another important thing. The startups in India, startups everywhere, they don't get adequate funds from the banks. Whenever they go to the banks, bank asks for collateral. They can only get secured loans, government guaranteed loans, and there is always a fear of failure. So how can we handle these two areas that startups can easily get loans without collateral? Of course, no one is talking about that the banks and the financial institutions do not do their due diligence. They have to do their due diligence, but you have to provide capital to the startups. So, and then there are some ideas how to handle this, the fear of failure. Many startup companies may fail. Many startup companies may be successful, but you have to really tell them, look, even if you fail, don't worry, go ahead and invest on new technologies. At the same time, financial institutions should be ready to adapt the new skills. They are ready to adapt to new challenges which are coming from these online platforms and everything, and digital currency, all sorts of things. So I talked about competition policy to provide a level playing field. I talked about financing and tax policy. Another last point I'll talk about, this tax policy. That there are many challenges. There are many challenges that digital revolution which are posing for the tax administration. The entire area of e-commerce, entire area of digitalization of economic activities. How do you handle those areas? So there are many toolkits, many new tax administration policies, and ADB is continuously working. As you all know, I'll come to that slide, that there are many challenges for the tax authorities, how to handle this sale across the border and digitalization of economic activities. There are many issues. I'm not getting into there because that itself will require one full session. Okay. So
Dr. Hiranya, we really appreciate, but we are running out of time. Yes, please conclude, and we will continue the discussions. Thanks.
So that is my last slide. So this is my last slide. I thought I'll do gross injustice to my institution if I don't talk about what we are doing. We are doing many things. We are doing many things to promote this digital revolution, to promote our member countries, to facilitate member countries to bring out changes, new rules, new institutional changes, so that they can get maximum benefits out of this digital revolution. We are doing many institutional changes, so that we can improve trade effectiveness. We are moving away from that only hard infrastructure like roads, power, energy. We are moving away. We are providing more assistance, increased assistance for skills development, education sector. We are providing budget support for education sector, for various soft sector, health sector. And as I said, that our ADB has set up the tax policy Asia Pacific Tax Hub last year, 2021. It was announced 2020 during annual meeting, but ADB set up formally Asia Pacific Tax Hub during 2021 annual meeting. We are working and supporting all our developing member countries to address those challenges in tax administration, tax policies, which are coming basically from this digitalization of economic activities. So, as I said, there are 15 projects, almost 15, more than 15 actually, projects on just skills development. So I'll stop here. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for discussing on digital revolutions. Now let's welcome Professor Wu, who will gonna discuss new opportunities and new sources for Indonesia's economic growth. Please, Professor Wu.
Good afternoon. I'm most honored to be included in today's proceedings. And in case we do not get a chance to talk about the topics I cover, I'd be grateful if you could give me your guidance through email. Look up my name and you'll find an email address for me at the University of California at Davis. And please give me your feedback on what you think I could have done better. When we talk about fiscal policy, it is very broad. So for a 15-minute presentation, I have narrowed it down to, first, since we're talking about investments to support the new sources of growth, we are talking about the development budget component of the national budget. And I'd like to narrow it down further to the international dimensions of resource mobilization for the development budget. What are the new sources of growth? New sources of growth comes because there's been a change in the world. And we have heard from a very insightful analysis from the previous speakers on how COVID-19 has brought about new growth drivers. I'd like to highlight two other things that have happened besides COVID-19 and which might be more enduring than COVID-19. One of the things I want to remind ourselves of is the Cold War we see that's unfolding in front of our eyes. The militarization of the South China Sea being the most obvious symbol in Southeast Asia. The Cold War has led to the US-China trade war, and with it, we see the banning of sales of advanced chips from the US to China, which is a direct challenge to what economists had always believed, in that trade is a win-win sort of engagement, and it is based on differences in comparative advantage. A high technology country ought to sell high technology goods, and a low technology country would sell lower technology goods. But this banning of the sales of high-tech chips means that global welfare has been lowered. But of course, there is an explanation for it. Perhaps there are other dimensions of welfare that needs to be taken into account. That higher dimension, which I will go more to talk about at the end, is called national security. But before talking about national security, the important outcome of this partial deglobalization that we have seen is that production chains have to be refigured across space. Well, that is Cold War 2.0. The second thing that we know is global warming that has gotten much more obvious. In the case of Malaysia, constant floods. Rains that were supposed to happen once every 100 years have occurred every 6 months. So this breaching of the ecological limits means that the production systems that we have require to be reconfigured. So there are two things that needs to be reconfigured, and these are what the two new sources of growth that I would like to talk about. Well, let me talk about the country I know most, the best, after the United States, would be the Malaysian economy. Despite the drop in production worldwide, and hence a need to increase investment, because given that there's less demand for goods, Malaysia has seen a flood of foreign investments coming in 2021. FDI into the country went up by 267% last year. My home state, Pulau Pinang, had FDI in 2021 that is the sum of the total sum of the last 9 years. I exaggerated when I put 15. I was too enthusiastic to report the outcome, but when I did check the number after writing this, it is 9 years. But 9 years is still a very large amount. In 1 year, we had the equivalent of 9 years of investment, and Penang had always been number 1 in terms of foreign investment recipient in Malaysia. Well, the challenge the Malaysian government sees is, what can we do to improve our infrastructure so that we can cater to the new production units that are coming up? For example, the roads and ports are over-congested. And for Indonesia, which has 8% growth in FDI last year, the question is, how do we fund the infrastructure that is needed to attract some of that FDI that is now relocating to other parts of the world? Well, funding. Well, we know thanks to the Cold War, we have got a situation where foreigners are coming to give gifts to Southeast Asia. The Chinese has started the One Belt, One Road program, now called the Belt Road Initiative. They have spent $1 trillion so far in terms of infrastructure spending since its founding in roughly 10 years ago. And in May this year, at the special ASEAN Summit in Washington, D.C., President Biden talked about the forthcoming Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, and he talked about grants of around $300 million to assist infrastructure in Southeast Asia. Of course, $300 million is nothing compared to $1 trillion of the Chinese have spent. But that really showed that the Americans were distracted by the Ukrainian war. That's why they were not putting their sums together. Because by June in the same year, at the G7 summit, Biden announced that the G7 would have a war chest of $600 billion for the first 5 years in order to help build infrastructure in the developing world. And the new name which of this new source of fund is Partnership for Global Infrastructure Investment. So we could say that the money is out there to be reaped by Southeast Asia, but how do we do it such that it benefits us maximally? Well, that was the impact of the Cold War. Now we talk about the impact of climate change. And let's start with Malaysia. Floods are very frequent, and food security becomes a problem because the rising temperature is causing the yield of plantation crops and food crops to decline. And furthermore, this rising temperature is destroying the corals that is the home, the breeding ground of the fish stock. So food security is truly threatened in addition to property losses from the rising sea level. Clearly, adaptation to climate change without trying to reverse it or to stop it is not sustainable. Of course, it is easier to do adaptation because that is something we can do locally. Mitigation has to be global in nature because Malaysia doing it alone will make no difference. Indonesia doing it alone will have no difference. So there has to be a global goal of non-zero emissions, NZE. By definition, there can be global NZE only if there's individual NZE. It is not just an act of responsible global citizenship to reduce carbon emissions. It is something that we will have no choice but to do. The European Green Deal states explicitly that in the forthcoming few years, countries with weak climate action policies will be penalized by having their goods face adjustment taxes at the border. Basically, we have gotten rich by exporting to the rest of the world. And if they start putting tariffs on us, our livelihood would be immediately threatened. So it is really not a choice of should we or should we not contribute to the global effort of net zero emissions. This will be something that will be forced upon us regardless of which side of the Cold War we choose. Given that we have to talk in a wider spectrum, not just Malaysia, Indonesia, but ASEAN. Roughly speaking, net zero emissions means two things. One is reducing the amount of CO2 emitted, which means we got to decarbonize the technical systems that exist in our countries. The energy sector, the transportation system, the manufacturing industries. The second thing is what we have been blessed with, the ability to increase the natural absorption of CO2. That means it's the recarbonization of the natural ecosystems, the forest, the marine flora that's in the ocean, and agricultural soil. It turns out organic farming gives rise to a soil that absorbs CO2 4 times higher than what an equal acre of forest would do. So recarbonization for us is something that is not only an effective way to achieve net zero emissions, but will also become a way of mobilizing external aid. Clearly, the net zero emissions, in essence, is a comprehensive investment programs across sectors. It needs government regulations, fiscal incentives, public investments, and it would certainly be quickly accelerated with international coordination of projects. Like, for example, it's much easier and cheaper to decarbonize if there is an ASEAN electricity grid. The generation of green energy is different across the ASEAN countries. We can do it a lot cheaper, and not only cheaper, but a more stable supply if we got a regional-wide electricity grid. Similarly, an airplane flies from Singapore to Kuala Lumpur every half hour, and I'm sure there's an airplane that flies from Jakarta to Bali every half hour. That all of that could be eliminated if there was a system of high-speed trains, electrification. So this is where I think the international dimensions of development finance is important. Let me quickly say about the work that my organization has been doing on the ASEAN front. The UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, for which I am the Vice President for Asia, is an NGO that's devoted to the achievement of the 17 SDGs and the Paris Climate Treaty. And the Asian headquarters of it was just launched half a month ago. We have got an ASEAN Green Future project in which there are 9 country teams, in which LPEM of UE is a participant together with leading research organizations in ASEAN. And that we also have started the Science Panel for Southeast Asian Ecosystems that was inspired by the successful Science Panel for the Amazon, and which recently received a kickstart from President Lula, who declared that he will lead the formation of the OPEC of rainforest. And treaties have been signed now between the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Republic of Indonesia, and Brazil. So this is a project that we would like you to have your guidance on how we could make it more effective. And we are starting building upon the Heart of Borneo project that's been in existence since 2007. Let me talk about the international dimension of the development program. Clearly, it is beyond our capacity to come up with the resources to do it all internally. We need help, but the trouble is even the help that's been promised to us has not come. Given the amount that was promised at the Paris Climate Treaty, none of it has appeared. So what is the efficient solution? This is a 30-year process. The efficient market solution is that we are able to borrow 30 years at 3%, which is what AAA, the average AA rate is for the last 50 years. But we don't see that in seldom. Seldom do we see it. Even credit-worthy Malaysia could only borrow longest, 10 years on the open market. This is the famous 1 MDB bonds, and it carried a rate of over 5.7%. The financial markets have failed us. So what can we do? Who can borrow at 3% and relent it to the developing economies transform themselves? The multilateral development banks can do so. And note that there is a multiplication effect. If you put $2 billion into, let's say, the World Bank, and the loan portfolio of the World Bank has a default rate of 2%, that means that out of 100 billion that is lent out, 298 billion can be returned safely. And what this means is a grant of $2 billion will enable the private sector to finance $100 billion worth of green investments. 2 billion is peanuts. The United States spent almost 58 billion each month in the Iraq war. Well, why hasn't the multilateral national banks gotten bigger? They have not gotten bigger because of Cold War 2.0. The ADB capital base has been under great pressure to expand under the Japanese, under the Chinese, under the Koreans, but the Americans have resisted it. Why? Because they want to maintain control of the banks, like the World Bank, the IMF, and so forth. But what they are unintentionally doing is committing climate-assisted suicide. And I think the realization of this makes it a very realistic option for ASEAN to push for the expansion of the capital basis of the multilateral development banks. And the various kind of funds that were promised to us, forestry protection funds, adaptation funds, mitigation funds, put them all into expanding the capital base of the MDBs. The important thing is we really cannot push for it unless Abang Indonesia were to build a consensus in the core ASEAN countries to have a united voice to push for this development. This united voice is, of course, not new. The motto of Indonesia is unity in diversity, and in this case, unity means regional strength. And it is not only to help in decarbonization, it's also to help to stop the Cold War.
Yes.
And why has all the efforts at global discussion on net zero emissions stopped? After Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan, the Chinese cut off all conversations on climate change. That is terrible. So the most important thing we have to do is to deal with it so that we can get the investments to make the green transformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. That's very interesting. Now we have learned about digital transformations, about climate change, infrastructures. So how does Indonesia finance the new economic systems? Please welcome Dr. Reza Siregar will give presentations on these issues. Please, Pak Reza.
Terima kasih. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think since in the morning we have heard about discussions on green economy. We have heard a lot also discussions on digital penetrations of the economy. And also as helping Pak Erlangga on some of these issues, we talk a lot also in the government about the industrial policy. But I think what is missing, and I still think this is something that Prof. Wing has started discussing as well, is how do we finance this? Yeah, and especially how do we finance this domestically without much of dependency on global borrowing or external borrowing. So let me start with my main messages. Again, if you think about digitalization and also the transitions to the green economy, that process has taken place, and it is going to be the future of our ecosystem. What is not clear is basically how do we sustain the development of that? How do we sustain financially the development of that? Now, what I like to propose today is basically, it is, well, I mean, we need to basically think beyond the conventional FDI, conventional borrowing. I think we need to go into our own domestic capacity, which is to me is a big one, and namely is the pension. And also to add here is also on the insurance as part of the mitigation of the risk. I think the development of the pension fund in Indonesia, I will argue, will mutually be benefiting the development of digital penetration on transition economy. And Indonesia has the opportunity to actually develop both of the pension and also the digitalization of the economy. Again, let me just go quickly. I don't have to go through this in detail because I think there's many discussion on this. And I'm showing you some of the results that we have done at IFG Progress, which is a think tank just recently established last year on the focusing on insurance and guarantees. So it's more on the non-bank financial institutions. This is part of the Indonesian financial groups. So if you look at the access to internet, about 10 years ago, less than 10% of Indonesian populations between the age of 16 to 74 have access to the internet. Now it's already at least 50%. Yeah, and I think the growth within the last 2 years has even expanded this number even higher. That's fact number one. Fact number two, the more we look at the recent additional customer coming into the system, coming into the industry, 55% at least are using ICT, information and communication technology, in the field of education. In the field of the financial market, the number is also above 50%. Again, these are numbers up to 2020. Okay, this is in Southeast Asia, and if I'm taking it to Indonesia, the number is also quite similar. Fact number three, so I mentioned about the consumer. Same thing also when we talk about the firm. Yeah, in 2015, about 75% of the large firm in Indonesia, meaning they have an employee, more than 250 people, have involved in digital commerce, digital e-commerce. The recent data that I have in my office at the Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, the number has jumped to over 90%. So this is by 2021. Okay, so this is again from the firm side. Fact number four, the increase on the digitalization is broad-based. It is not only on the non-financial sector, but also on the financial sector. On the financial sector, it ranges from the banking system all the way to the peer-to-peer lending. So we have the banking, we have the capital market, we have the insurance, and we have also the peer-to-peer lending. So it is a broad base. It's not concentrated on any specific sector, which means that this digital penetration is quite wide. and it is not selecting any type of sector or type of economy activities. We did a study also at the IFG Progress. We look at about 58 to 60 banks that we can collect the data from the website. And we asked a number of specific criteria, basically looking at how much is this bank has activity in the digital penetrations, right? This is coming from the online banking, looking at the consumer services through the online system. So there are a number of criteria on the exhibit on the left-hand side. And then we look at how does that translate into different type of banking, from Buku 1 to Buku 4, so from the smallest bank into the largest bank. As you can see, the larger the banking system, the more they're becoming digital banking. But the increase in the number of digital banking in our system is actually quite vivid. Almost 50% of the one that we survey have moved into a digital banking system. I see the same thing also on the field of insurance. Now, InsurTech, the insurance technology, have penetrated also our insurance market. And it is clear that from a study that has been done by different large insurance firms, the more involvement on the technology, the higher the penetrations of the insurance. So what are the challenges now? Yeah, again, this is not a short-run issue. We have accomplished the starting up stages, but it is requiring a sustainable financing. Yeah. Now, one of the challenges that we saw, for instance, is the debate centering on data center. So there's a lot, so I survey a number of countries here, mostly in Southeast Asia. In general, with the exception, if I'm not mistaken, of Laos, most of the countries in Southeast Asia have some kind of restrictions in terms of data centers. They want to have all the activity on digitalized activity, especially in the financial market. The data center has to be onshore. The argument is very straightforward: for the sake of privacy, sovereignty, easy access, and safety. Now, we can argue this left and right. The institution that I used to work for, the Institute of International Finance, for instance, based in DC, there's no clear conclusion on this, whether your onshore data center will be doing better than the offshore center in terms of addressing privacy, sovereignty, etc. But the main point is this: data center is requirement, whether you have it onshore or offshore, and it is very expensive. Our estimate is that, again, before I look into the data, just to give you an example here, I'm picking up a number of countries in the list here, and I pick up country that has a GDP per capita over 20,000. Why I do that? Because again, as we know that Pak Jokowi has an aspirations to have Indonesia develop into a developed economic status by 2045, with per capita income of over $20,000 per capita. Yeah? So if you look at the countries that has per capita income over 20,000, they have a range of size of data center in the country. And as small as almost 400 megawatt in Portugal, all the way to a country like Luxembourg, Australia, that has over 4,000 megawatt in the country in terms of data center capacity. Now, we did a survey for Indonesia. Our number is less than 75 megawatt by 2020. This is data from 2020. We look at data center of Indonesia, we look at Microsoft, we look at a number of private data center that was established by 2020. It's less than 75 megawatt. So we are there's a massive gap of data center capacity if we were to develop into a developed economic status by 2045. Now, the prognosis, when I spoke to those people, again, I'm not an expert on digital, that they're quite optimistic that Indonesia can develop the data center rapidly within the next 5 to 10 years. But the financing is the issue that they mention to me quite often. For instance, that if we look at just achieving a Portugal number, we need at least $5 billion. If you want to go into Australian size, we're looking at about $65 billion. So you're talking about average about 4 to 5% of our GDP in 2020. Now you can add this story into the story of green economy. I just want to add, the conclusion is that digital and green economy are going to be here with us. It is our ecosystem. The size of financing is the one that is going to be challenging to us. How do we finance this and sustainably finance this and achieving our 2045 target? At this point, we know that if we don't develop ourselves, then we are facing our widening current account deficit, especially on the service side. As we know, current account deficit that we face are structurally from the service side. If you look at the good side, we have actually occasionally have a positive number, and recently we have produced the largest trade surplus we ever have. Right? But the problem is that we have a structural deficit on the service side. On the telecommunication, computer and information service, for instance, in average, I'm not talking about total, yeah, in average per quarter, within 2021 first quarter to 2022 second quarter, we are having a deficit of almost 800 million per quarter. On the insurance and pension, we face 320 million deficit per quarter, meaning that we are actually using foreign service to take care of our ICT, to take care of our insurance and pension. So if we are continuously and we are adopting policy, by the way, my friends, that we are adopting a policy where all the financial activities, they need to be, the data need to be localized. Okay, these are the policy that we have right now. So if we are embarking on that policy and we are pushing for that policy, we need a financing, or if we have to basically borrow from outside or using that from financial service abroad, is only widening our structural current account deficit on the service side. So I'm proposing that one of the things that we need to look at is basically our pension fund. Right now, our pension fund is, public pension fund is less than 5% of GDP. And if you add the private one, I'm sorry, I have it in Bahasa there, swasta and private, you have another almost 2% of GDP. So total is about 7% of GDP. But it is a very low number. It is low because of the contributions, only less than 9%. I remember when I was working in Singapore as a faculty member at National University of Singapore, I contribute myself almost 10% of my income on monthly basis, and the government is contributing almost equal amount to my pension. So almost getting 17 to 20% per month. And so we have low contributions at this point, half by our own, by the worker and half by the government. The second issue on the coverage, we have a lot of informal sector, okay, and less than 50% of our labor market are formal, and not all of those formal sector is actually having access to pension as well. So those two are the challenges that we face, but the potential is huge. As I said before, the public pension plus the private that we have right now is less than 7% of GDP. If we just increase our penetrations by increasing the amount of labor that is included in the pensions, like average Asian economy, we can double that size to almost 13%, 12.7% of our GDP. If we increase not only the coverage, but also the contributions to the average of ASEAN economy, we can increase our total pension to close to almost 30%. Okay, those are the study that we do at the AIFED Progress. Imagine 30% of our GDP, that means $300 billion US. We can do a lot of those things. I mean, we can use a lot of that for our transition to digital and green economy. So in short, let me just close. Digital and green economy will continue to shape our new economic system. Digital economy in particular has taken place much faster than initially anticipated, partly on the back of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have a lot of industrial policy discussion or strategy, but we have not talked about how do we finance the sustained financing gap of the magnitude that we face. But I think the new digital ecosystem and the green economy and the development of the pension fund and, if I may add, the insurance sector are mutually benefiting. In one hand, digital penetration and development of the green economy requires high sustained and long-term financing. Yes? So these are budget that can be provided by the pension. These are the size of the budget, as I mentioned before, that potentially can be financed by our pension fund. On the other hand, the development of our pension fund and insurance required and can take the benefit of digital business penetration, because digital business penetration and green economy projects will provide our pension and insurance long-term investment strategy. At this point, our insurance and digital and pension fund are investing for the long-term asset only on the sovereign bonds of the government. 20% of our insurance asset investment has to be allocated on the sovereign bond, and for the pension fund is 50%. Okay, so can you imagine if we provide them also with opportunity to invest in projects like digital and also green economy? Those are going to be a lot more diverse, and the structure of maturity also a lot more consistent. Let me end by there. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very interesting presentations indeed. Now we are opening up questions. I understand many of participants are very excited to have direct discussions, and we also have received questions from participants through the QR code that they scanned. So please prepare your questions while I'm now reading the questions that we have gathered from the audience to the QR code. The first questions is coming from colleague from Ministry of Finance, is asking to Dr. Mukhopadhyay. The question is how far the government can intervene, or what kind of supports that the government should provide to have the optimal level of digital transformations in developing countries, particularly Indonesia. Please.
So basically in my recommendations, I talked about two important areas. There, government has to play the role. No one can play that role. Basically, government has to provide a level playing field, and then government has to ensure that there are adequate institutional systems are in place for reskilling, upskilling of the lowly skilled or moderately skilled worker. Second, and third, very important area, government has to ensure financial inclusion. Government has to ensure that the young guys, young entrepreneurs who are willing to take that risk, who are willing to innovate, they are funded, and then have some system in place. There are a lot of discussions going on, so that even if they fail, so they should not be penalized. So the three areas: skills development, level playing field, and financial inclusion.
Right, thank you. The second question is coming from the audience, is coming from a colleague from Prospera. The question is to Professor Wu. You know, like the Chinese development is just a proof that the difference in wages is no longer working. So what kind of factors that attract investments in the developing countries, particularly for Indonesia? Please, Professor Wu.
Wages is certainly very important, but cheap wages have to be balanced against transportation cost and other transaction cost. Transaction costs would be like ability to clear customs very quickly, and the ability to be able to load ships on time. So I think emphasizing on wages alone is not enough, but the more important thing that employers work for is, even if the wages are high, can the workers be quickly trained so that they are able to learn the high skills that we require of them. And this ability to already have trainability, to be able to train, really requires a very good grasp of fundamentals. And the labor, as I was mentioned before about in the talk on digitalization, one reason why investments does not occur is because they are unable to find workers with the right skill. And here, in the case of Indonesia, you should adopt the one particular way of skill information transfer. Every university in Indonesia should be partnered with a leading technological university in a foreign country. The Dutch could have a partnership with one of the Indonesian universities, the Americans with another, the Chinese with another, largely because that was how the Indians were able to incubate, finally, the internet industry. It is true, the IIT, the Institutes of Technology. And what were they? They were born of partnerships between a local institution and a leading foreign institution in an advanced country. So I would think that wages is always important. There are institutional costs and transportation, administrative, but more importantly, the ability of the workforce to be able to train very quickly up to the mark of the new skills required. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wu. The third question is coming from colleague from the central bank. The question is, as we know, Amazon, Twitter, Meta have laid off millions of employees. And the issues of the startup bubbles is not only happening in developed countries, but also in developing countries, including in Indonesia. How or what kind of strategy that Indonesia should be prepared in terms of financing this kind of startup and to avoid any kind of startup bubbles? Please, Pak Reza.
We had that discussions quite recently also, because we are worried actually about potentially implications of rising unemployment. And also we know that the weaker demand for our export have also affected some of our manufacturing sector, especially the labor-intensive one, textile, garment, and footwear. So a combination between the high-tech and the traditional manufacturing layoff are a concern for us. And this is, I think, again, one of the, I think the issue in the startup, we have to see it from the way they are being financed, right? I mean, this is basically what we see from not only just the startup, from the Bitcoins, for instance. A lot of those are basically transactional based on expected value in the future. There's a lot of what we call burning the money right now for future returns. But they are not being sustained in terms of the fundamentals and in terms of the strategy that we have on the economic system. So I think this is something that if we are going to bring, that process is going to continue. I'm afraid to say this, but I think the bubble is burst in some of the high-tech industry. But it is something that we need to continuously work on, and this is why I'm proposing, or at least I'm looking at the stable financing source, not just the short-run financing source, which is again the pension fund is there, and also B, which I don't have the time to discuss today, is the role of insurance sector as risk mitigations, because again those are the two things that are needed for not only sustaining the financing, not just a short-run financing the way we see the bubble burst right now, but the long-term financing.
Right.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Very excellent answers. Now we are taking questions from audience directly. Please apply equal opportunity, one questions, one persons to one panelist. And please mention your name and institutions.
Now, with your permission, can I just add to this?
Oh, yes, please. You can raise your hand so the committee can provide microphone.
With
Please.
your permission, of course, this is a very, I think this is the core problem. I mean, and that what he is saying, and they're very important questions. How do you provide employment of somebody who is, say, 40, mid-40s, early 40s? He doesn't know. He is not properly skilled. But this is manufacturing unit where he has been working for the past 15 years. They are basically competed out from the sector because of the new firms entrance with the better technology. But this guy is helpless. So this is the role of the government. The government cannot say that, no, I will not do anything. But government has to do something. Government has to take initiative to reskill that person, upskill that person. And the one point which I did not highlight because of lack of time, till the time he finds a better job, there should be some sort of social safety net system to support him. And so that other area is that I again did not highlight very adequately, the labor market reform. That this is the role of the government. You have to help him to find an alternative job without jeopardizing the entrepreneur's freedom. Also, they need a freedom to hire the best person. You cannot say that, no, you have to take him. No, I am investing, I am taking the risk, so I should be allowed to employ the best person. So, coming back to the question which someone raised in the beginning, the three things if the governments fail to do, that this digital revolution cannot help your country. You cannot get maximum benefit, and out of this, you get some benefit here, some benefit there. Eventually, there will be social unrest, political turmoil. The whole system is flat, down.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now, let's please raise your hands and mention your name and institutions and to whom you're addressing your questions. Let me invite 3 questions first. Please. You may repeat the same questions and you can directly address to each panelist.
We answered already this question.
Yes, please. Okay, we are waiting. It seems like the audience are so very technologically advanced, they prefer to send questions from the QR code. Let me read another questions. This is gonna be addressed to Dr. Mukhopadhyay.
I already spoke about it. You have to provide a level playing field. You have to look at your competition policy. You have to look at your antitrust policy. You have to provide financing to the SMEs who are ready to innovate, ready to take risk. So these are the things, inclusivity of SMEs.
Okay, so let me just repeat. The questions basically is asking about how to ensure inclusivity of SMEs in digital transformations. And Hiranya just provided the answers to these questions. Can we go to the second questions, please?
Now, I just wanted to tell you, this is the reason there is a big battle going on between the government of India and Amazon. Government of India said that you cannot destroy my mom and pop shops. You cannot give deep discount which our local entrepreneur cannot compete with you. You cannot give deep discount to the Apple, and so the government of India is coming out its own platform, digital platform, where everybody can sell. So this is it. You have to look at the competition policy. You have to safeguard SMEs with a limited muscle flexing power compared to Amazon or Walmart. So otherwise you will fail eventually. And there will be, repeatedly I'm saying, you destroy inclusivity, and eventually many episodes over the last 2 years across Asia, there will be social unrest.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go to the second questions, please. This question is to Pak Reza. How to optimize fiscal decentralizations in encouraging aligned agenda with central governments to promote new growth potentials? This question is coming from our colleague from Ministry of Industry, and Ministry of Finance is coming from here. Please, Pak Reza.
They should be able to answer that for us, right? Well, a lot of these things that we do, if you look at from from 2014 when Pak Jokowi took place, initiated his first term as the president, he committed a large financing on the fiscal side, taking away from the subsidy, move it into infrastructure. Right? That provides the platform to start many of these fiscal expansions and bringing into the investment into the economy. Now, the challenge that we noticed during the COVID period is that many of the centralized policy are not really effective when it comes to promoting some of the issue or challenge that we face at the local provincial government. Right? I think that's one issue that we notice. We can build the road, we can build a lot of this infrastructure facility, but as far as maximizing the capacity, maximizing the impact when we deal with COVID as well, for instance, those are local flavor, local capacity are needed. So here, one of the things that we do with, for instance, just to give an example on the Omnibus Law, on the Cipta Kerja, is actually bringing in the central government, working it into closely with the local government in terms of designing the policy, designing national policy, but bringing that also the context into the local governments. Yeah, so a lot of the investment policy in terms of where the investment will be. We have also issue of special economic zone, for instance. Those are infrastructure built by the national government, taking into account some of the local advantages or provincial advantages where they can actually maximize their fiscal. But the idea is basically to ensure that the local fiscal can actually be mobilized effectively by providing those initiatives at the central government. This is just an example of it. Terima kasih, Ibu.
Thank you, Pak Reza. Now we go to the third questions. To Pak Reza again, so the next questions, please, the one for Professor Wu. Okay, let's go with Professor Wu first. With the growing human-to-human disease transmissions and disaster as the result of climate change, does the world need to aid the growth by embracing global recessions? How do you perceive this issue?
This is a very controversial topic, degrowth.
Please, Professor Wu.
I think to have degrowth is to further deepen the suffering that you have gotten from disease transmission and natural disasters. I think what is important to realize is that we do not have to solve these problems by lowering economic interaction. In fact, what it really shows here is that both of those events were events that were caused by a failure to form global partnerships. Let us take the case of COVID-19. COVID-19 is really not a serious challenge to medical science. In 8 months, we came up with 4 vaccines against COVID-19. What went wrong in COVID-19 was that countries with the vaccines hogged them too long, such that the Indian population was not vaccinated quickly enough such that the Delta variant appeared. And because the South African population was not vaccinated adequately enough, the Omicron variant occurred. What has failed in the disasters we see from the disease and the damages from climate changes is our inability to work together. What we need to do is the US and China have both agreed to the 17 SDGs in September 2015. They both agreed to the Paris Climate Treaty in December 2015. This is the basis in which they should start working together and hence build the trust that is necessary to stop the Cold War. And when we talk about the failure of SDG 17, which is effective partnerships, SDG 17 is the glue that pulls the other 16 SDGs together. Without international cooperation, that will not happen. And international cooperation can be started here by Indonesia in leading the ASEAN group to develop a cohesive voice to bring the Cold War to a stop, but through stopping three kinds of competition that is making things worse and worse. The three kinds of competition that's making things worse and worse are: number one, economic competition, which economists all say is good. The second one is technological competition. And the third is geostrategic competition. The three of them are interacting, and the result is we are on a downward path of non-cooperation. What we need is to segment each of these competition from each other. For example, because Indonesia is the lone ASEAN country in G20, the next G20 will be in India and the next one in Brazil. All the ministers of finance, when they have their G20 meetings in preparation for G20, should demand that the capital base of the MTBs be expanded. And not only that, we should delink these three types of competition. Specifically, they should be demanding that there should be direct arms control talks. If there is arms control talk, that will address the national security competition, and hence shall and separate it from both the technological competition and the economic competition. So we've got to have arms talk to separate it out. Then to separate technological competition from economic competition, we need a WTO agreement on unfair industrial policies. Just as we have unfair trade policies, we should have unfair industrial policies meeting. So the degrowth that I see is actually saying deglobalization, and that is something we have to reverse.
Thank you, Professor Wu. This is a special request from the committee because there are about 12 persons asking the same questions to Dr. Reza. A combination from colleagues from Central Bank, Ministry of Finance, Industry, Trade, 12 questions, 12 exact the same questions. You know, like Indonesia was named as one of the 5 fragile after the financial crisis, but now Indonesia apparently one of the top performer in the world. But considering the 10-year government bond and the net interest margins of Indonesia, which is around 3 to 5%, and the 10-year government bond, which is around 6 to 7%, what are really the reasons for this high government bond and net interest margin? If Indonesia has been performing very well, why the government bond and net interest margin are still relatively very high compared to other Asian countries? Please, Pak Reza.
This is just my hypothesis, okay? I need to do more study on this, because that's the questions that I ask over times, a lot of times actually. Why, if we go to a list of rating done by Moody's, Standard & Poor, any of those ratings agency, you will find Indonesia among the same group of countries are paying the most in terms of when they issue government bonds, when they issue a debt market, debt instrument. So the question that I keep asking is that why? You know, we have a political stability, we have economic growth. At one point, we do move into this fragile economy, but I don't think we are facing the same issue that we used to have. But we are still paying the highest in terms of yield curve, right? So one of the things that this is why I, again, accidentally, because I joined this Institute of IFG Progress, we're focusing on the non-bank financial institution, looking at especially on the insurance. The key questions that I begin to strongly believe that one of the issues that we face is that we don't have risk mitigations in our system. We don't have a sector of insurance that is enough to mitigate our risk. So anything that investor, when they put the money or putting their asset into our one of our assets, they took up all the risks, right? Instead of having some of that risk are being insured or being risk mitigated. So I think insurance sector is one of key challenge. Now, I think there was a question on that, how do we deal with that? There are two issues on the insurance. One is literacy. Yeah? Literacy here on the level of populations, on the level of household, we tend to forget that insurance is protection policy, not investment policy. So we have to be careful on selling our insurance asset as a protection policy, not investment policy. On the industrial side, on the industry itself, on the market, we are facing a severe shortage of actual scientists. Yeah? When we think about insurance, we need actual science. You know, we are among the lowest in terms of number of actuaries in our countries. Only less than 300 people in the whole country. Yeah? This is lower than Malaysia, lower than Singapore, and so we are even, in terms of per capita, we are even lower than Vietnam. So I'm quite grateful that in 2015, 2016, we started in many of our large universities domestically, program on the actual science. But these are the biggest part. And of course, we have an issue on regulations. I think we need to strengthen our regulation. There's a lot of things in terms of how to monitor the insurance sector are still work in progress. But I'm glad that the new OJK commissioner is actually moving into that quite quickly. The second issue is capital. We are weak in capital. Can you imagine an institution or sector that is actually doing a risk mitigation for the whole economy? When you think about insurance, right, it mitigates the risk of the whole economy. Just to take you an example, banking. The biggest, one of the largest income for insurance is coming from premium from the credit insurance. Outside of health, property, automotive, credit insurance is the largest source of received revenue for the insurance. Around, when I estimated into 2020, out of the amount of loan at risk that the banking is actually is having at that time, is about close to 1,300 trillion, 1,300 trillion. About 75% of those loans are actually being insured. Now, can you imagine, yeah, a small insurance asset or small insurance sector that is less than 10% are insuring an activity of the banking system. Our banking system is about 60% of our GDP. So we are actually a reverse here. If you look at the most developed countries, the insurance sector is actually bigger than the financial sector of the banking system. I mean, it's logical, right? You only have a stable financial system when the institution that is actually providing the risk mitigation is larger than the sector that is actually being insured, not the other way around, right? So I think those are to me is the challenge that we face. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Pak Reza. Before we end the sessions, this is one last question from exactly like 6 persons asking the same questions. This is interesting from academe. They're asking to Professor Wu. We understand that there are 3 billion US dollar going to the United Nations, but apparently there are 2 trillion in 2021 goes to weapon sales and other military equipments. Please provide the short answer, Professor Wu. What's wrong with the political leaders and the political statements that we are facing right now?
I think there's a lot of mistrust at the moment. And I think that mistrust is best resolved when people could work together for mutual benefit, and then in the process of knowing each other, this process of mistrust could be reversed. Like the US has spent a total of $1.1 trillion on the Iraq war, and the Chinese have spent $1 trillion in their Belt Road Initiative. If you were to ask which country has gotten more benefit from that investment, I would say China has gotten more investment, more benefits from its $1 trillion than the US on its $1 trillion in Iraq. Then you say, how about benefit to other people? Then the answer is the same. So we have moved into a situation where the two largest powers have almost the same size GDP, which means the ability to fight are almost the same. We will never get to the previous age where there is one global hegemon that can beat everybody else into line. That's what the UK did between 1814 to 1914. 1814 to 1914, the UK has fought wars with all but 20 countries. And the United States, right now, has 800 military bases in 70 countries. That's how world peace had been maintained. We now have emerging China. Will China become the global hegemon? That will never happen, because India is going to appear on the stage too. So we are come to an age of multipolarity. And we cannot have each of the major powers having 800 military bases spread all over the world. They are all manned by young people who are highly testosterone charged, and accidents happen. Basically, we've got to have a new governance architecture for the world. And I think Indonesia has to take the lead of showing that regional unity is possible. Look at the 10 ASEAN countries. 2 of them are very small, Singapore and Brunei. I would say if 4 of these large countries can have an EU style of unity, Brunei and Singapore will go along. So that means that there will be a strong enough voice if 4 to 5 of the largest ASEAN countries could develop a European style unity. This is not a dream. This, I think, is a very achievable goal.
Thank you, Professor Wu. Before we end the sessions, let's go to the QR code for the polling survey. Please fill your answers right now. While we are waiting your response, let me invite the final remark from each our distinguished speaker today. 1 to 2 sentences. Please start from Dr. Mukhopadhyay.
I'll say, where is my speaker? I'll say that government has to play a very important role to facilitate this growth dividends from digital revolution.
Thank you. Please, Professor Wu.
I think this is Indonesia's moment to mobilize the neighborhood, to fight climate change, and to resist participation in the Cold War.
Thank you. Please, Pak Reza.
Terima kasih. COVID-19 has indeed accelerated digital penetrations and also strengthened the commitment to green economy. But I think this is also an opportunity for us to develop our pension and our insurance along the time that we develop this new ecosystem. And one more reminder, my friends, in 20 years, we are going to enter the aging populations. So the pension funds, insurance is a must. It's not a luxury goods anymore. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pareza. So we all understand that the world economy is struggling this year, and next year will be even probably worse. And in a multipolar world, it's important for Indonesia to play its role as an emerging and middle power country. So it's very important for Indonesia to be still optimistic, yet to be mindful, allocate the fiscal very wisely, managing its resources, and try to tap opportunities in digital transformations, as well as achieving sustainable development and inclusive growth. With this, please join me to give a big round of applause to the speakers here. And also a big round of applause to all of you for your kind attentions. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly to remain on the stage for a photo op. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your active attendance for the first day of the 11th AIFED. In closing today's event, we would like to invite you to the mocktail reception at the Serenity Garden. We are also looking forward to having you again tomorrow at 9 a.m., which will be as much as exciting as today's sessions. We are hoping that you are having an enjoyable time at the 11th AIFED. Thank you.